All right, ladies and gentlemen, final instructions have been given. I hope you are ready to go. Coach McCluskey's got some schedules out there if you want to snap a photo for your upcoming matches. We got a couple of yellow roped off areas. Please stay out of those. You're going to see some by the door as you come in. You also got areas out in front of the fields for the landing zones for the airplanes. And on each side of the bleachers, there is yellow tape. You can pass through those zones, but do not congregate there. Those are active transition zones. Once again, if you're in the pits, please wear your safety glasses. When you go to the larger meets, especially when you've got an army of first technology folks, those will be heavily enforced. We're trying to enforce it here with a bit of a skeleton crew, so we ask you to police each other. If you see your teammates without their safety glasses on, encourage them to wear them. If you don't have any, you can buy some over at the snack bar. Speaking of the snack bar, we are available for you to buy some snacks, coffee, hot cocoa. We do take card or cash over there, and we're happy to keep you guys fed during the session. The X-League is made up of two halves, so this is the morning session. A whole nother crew comes in after this for the afternoon session, so we do ask that you keep your areas clean as you can, especially when you pack up to leave. Keep it ready for the next group coming in this afternoon. We've got two matches. On your left is field number 1. On your right is field number 2. As one match is being played, the other one is getting prepared. The action is non-stop here at the Roboplex. We run from one to the next. Also, if you have family or friends who were unable to join us here but want to watch the action, there are some QR codes along the walls that you can scan, and people can tune in to the live feed on our YouTube channel. If getting to that code is too far, you can also encourage people just to look for Roboplex competitions. So if they just search on YouTube for Roboplex competitions, they can find the live stream there and subscribe to the channel. We'd like to take a minute to thank our sponsors. We've got Qualcomm as a big sponsor for First and Show. Center stage is presented by RTX. And then we do have some sponsors of the Roboplex and the facility here. We'd like to sponsor or thank Gotcha Covered for our amazing screens that you might see enacted. Those big windows at the top of the building allow in fantastic sunshine, but on occasion that sunshine interferes with the robot performance. So we want to thank Gotcha Covered for enhancing our facility this year. Integer Telecom, Fidelity Investments, LISD, Barclay Elevator Inspection, Shrajeev International, the Redburn family. We'd like to thank Eva, Virtual Reality up the road, Austin Hope, the United Collision Center, KMES Custom Homes, Avatar Healthcare, Michelle Wood Photography, and Dupree Designs. Thank you, our sponsors. We couldn't have this facility in the shape it is without you. This is a non-profit group, so all monies gained help build these robots out here. These robots range to up to tens of thousands of dollars, so your support really helps make this happen for these young engineers. So once again, thank you for your sponsorship. Thank you for having snacks with us, and look for notice from Marcus Robotics and the MRI Institute to attend events that we might having that are meant to support the group and raise some funds for these fantastic kids. And we've got a match coming up. Qualification round number 1 on field 1 to your left. Red Alliance will be Low Voltage and the Java Jedis up against the Wired Pitchforks and Flower Mound Firewall. Low Voltage out of Carrollton, Texas, partnered up with the Java Jedis out of McCamey Middle School here in Flower Mound. The Wired Pitchforks are out of Louisville High School, and Flower Mound Firewall, as you can guess, out of Flower Mound High School. As you look at the scoreboard, folks, you're going to see an LR followed by a number. That is the league rank. We have 32 teams in the X-League this year. Those numbers will jump around quite a bit during the day. So we do have 2 meets under our belt, so the league rank will move around less and less as time moves on. The other number there is the rank for the day. So that number is going to jump around much more wildly as teams compete in 6 qualification rounds each. For those of you unfamiliar with the game this year, it is called Center Stage, so we've taken a theatrical theme to the field this year. So on the backside of the ring, you're going to see those slanted boards. That is the backdrop. The area below the backdrop in the corners is backstage. This is primarily where the scoring will occur with the hexagonal pixels that you'll see with the white, blue, and purple pixels. More points are scored for placing pixels on the backdrop than in the backstage. There are some bonus points that we'll kind of cover throughout the day. One big wrinkle and a big difference this year, folks, is that the ring actually has a second section outside of the ring, as you can see at your feet as you look at the bleachers there. That is for the drone or the paper drone portion of the end game, where the robots can actually launch a paper drone. If it lands in one of those rectangular boxes, they get bonus points during the last 30 seconds of the match. Those points are 30, 20, and 10 as you move further from the ring. So if they can land their paper drone in that first rectangular box closest to the ring, that will be a 30-point bonus, 20 for the middle, and 10 for the end. So there are some amazing points to be had in the end game portion of the game this year. All right, folks, if you are standing on either end of the bleachers, please look down at your feet. If you are in that yellow and black jacketed tape, yellow jacket tape, please make sure that you are sitting in bleachers or not standing in those zones. We need those available for transition. There is room on the bleachers, so if you want to grab a seat, feel free to introduce yourself to some new people and make some new friends here at the Roboplex this day. And we're underway, ladies and gentlemen, and qualification round number 1. As you can see, we've got the Blue Alliance, both robots active during the autonomous phase. If you are new to center stage this year, 30 seconds for this portion of the match, and the robots can score pixels on that backdrop, as you can see the Blue Alliance is doing. And also they can park on appropriate locations, drop pixels and appropriate spike marks, things like that. So live scoring also to be had on the scoring backboard. So you can see the Blue Alliance right now at 20-5. And now we're underway with the driver controlled section. All 4 robots on the move as they transition underneath the truss. There in the center part of that truss is a swinging stage door. It's a one-way swing, so you got to be careful when you're going through that. You'll notice a lot of robots do have to crisscross to go retrieve pixels from the opposite corner of where they're controlling the robots. So their human player partner is on the opposite side of the arena. You might see some teams use sign language or some kind of code to indicate what they want as far as the color of pixels. You can use different colors to create mosaics on the backdrop to create more scoring opportunities. Red Alliance definitely pushing a lot of pixels into the backstage. Blue Alliance putting pixels onto the backdrop. You get 3 points for putting a pixel in the backdrop versus 1 if you just push it to the backstage. So there's a great benefit to putting the pixels on the mosaic. Also, if they build their mosaic above those white horizontal lines, there are bonus points to be had. Right now we're looking at 43-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance on our live scoring. You're going to find different types of robots picking up and gathering those pixels, from grippers to more vacuum kind of things. And now we're in the end game, and you just saw a Blue Alliance launch a paper drone, scoring a 20-point bonus into the central landing zone. Another big end game component is getting your robot to actually do a pull-up or a hang off the ground. So let's see if we get any robots. There's a Blue Alliance trying to get done. See if he can get it done. He is close, but not quite there. They're getting close. Oh, they just couldn't quite get that hook in the right position. But fantastic effort, all 4 teams. Red Alliance got parked for bonus points. And we'll see what the end-game final tally is, but I'm thinking we've got a Blue Alliance win for qualification round number 1. Now, as I mentioned, we have quick action, so as we now get your attention over to field number 2 on your right, it's going to be the Shadowbots of Shadow Ridge Middle School, partnered with Braswell Engineering Robotics out of Braswell High School in Aubrey, Texas, on the Red Alliance, up against Epic Expedition, community team out of Plano, partnered up with Iterative Intentions out of Flower Mound High School. Iterative Intentions went to Worlds last year, and the randomization is on the left, folks. As you can see, every match we randomize where that prop or pixel is located. In most cases, you're going to see a unique team prop put out there, and each team then has specific functions that their robot must carry out to get those autonomous points in the first 30 seconds of the match. In this case, we've got a left spike mark placement. They do get fantastic bonus points for using a team prop, so it's one of those things that allows these kids to be creative and show their love of the game for this year, being theatrically themed. When we're ready for a score, just signal. For those of you at home or new to robotics, you know, we try to keep you finals pretty quickly, and so we are going to get you a final for qualification round number 1. As predicted, the Blue Alliance comes through with a big win, 85-23. And then you can see all 4 components of the scoring, being the autonomous 30 seconds up front, the driver controlled, and then the final 30 seconds for the in-game. Both teams did very, very well, but the Blue Alliance does win 85-23. Final instructions on field number 2. And we're underway. Blue Alliance robots quickly on the move, as you can see, trying to get their pixels on the right spike mark and placed on the backdrop. Had it kind of slip off that backdrop, and also it looks like their spike mark thing also got misplaced as their mechanism wheel drove over it. Robot number 2 trying to drop on the backdrop and park. So Blue Alliance off to a little bit of a, what might be an advantage here, but we'll see. Red Alliance did get some on that backdrop, it appears.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we're underway here. We're moving. It's interesting to watch the progression of the robots throughout the season with the challenges of getting underneath that truss work. You'll find most of the robots now can fly up underneath any one section of it. But as mentioned earlier, when your human player is introducing game elements on the opposite corner, you have a lot of robots that have to crisscross each other. So we do have a lot of robot contact this year. So the robots have to be fairly tough to be able to take a little bumping from their competitor and their alliance partner. You'll also find robots that push pixels to the backdrop and others that will carry them to place them on the backdrop versus the backstage area. We got the Blue Alliance trying to score some more on the backdrop there. It's fantastic. They're on the move. A couple of tenets you'll hear from certain teams is having a fast robot. I know here at the Marcus Robotics Institute, the teams here have 2 core principles. Robots must be 100% reliable and crazy, stupid fast. That's what we shoot for here at the Marcus Robotics Institute. So it's a tight match, 23-33 in favor of the Red Alliance. And they're moving along quite well. Another factor that you might see, folks, was that 4th element is penalty scoring. First match, there were 0 points in penalties, but in the other matches you will find that penalty points will make a difference. Oh, Blue Alliance trying to swing one into position, knocked it right out of their gripper, out of a scoring position. The Blue Alliance also did fire a drone that landed in zone number 1 for 10 points for endgame, and we've got a robot trying to do a pull-up here. Can't quite get there. We've got 4 seconds left. Let's see if we get anybody doing the bonus pull-up there. No. Hey, field crew, we got a repair on field number 2. Let's make sure we get a crew out there to get that truss work re-cinched down. Great effort, both teams. We'll see how the final score turns out. And we do got a field repair out there. We got some truss work breaking free of the framework. Meanwhile, over on field number 1, qualification round number 3 is set to go. We've got Husky Robotics out of Carrollton, Texas, with the Jesuit Rangers out of Dallas form the Red Alliance. On the Blue Alliance, we've got the Coram Deo Spontaneous Combustors, partnered with the Robo Wranglers out of Hedrick Middle School, making up the Blue Alliance. Spontaneous Combustors, number 3 in the league currently, partnered with the Robo Wranglers, coming in at 8th. Jesuit Rangers at 7, and the Husky Robotics team in at 30th. See if we can elevate all these teams here with a good performance. At this stage of the season, we're going to start seeing far more triple-digit scores, so don't be surprised to start seeing some triple-digit scores. Randomization for qualification round number 3 goes to the left spike mark.
We need to replay that match. Yep, we're going to run this one and then go replay that one. Okay.
We're going to replay number 2. All right, folks, we are going to do a rematch for qualification round number 2 because of that truss failure. We had a team that was unable to finish the end game properly, so we're just going to run that again. So just a little practice round there for qualification round number 2. While they're getting that field reset, we will run qualification round number 3. So here we go in just a moment. One of the big tenets of FIRST Technologies, folks, is something called gracious professionalism. And I think this is the epitome of that as we are opting to say, look, we're just going to replay that whole match. You're going to see gracious professionalism throughout the day here as these teams back in those pit areas are leaning on each other for help and graciously do so. You're also going to see it here on the field as kids may have questions, and there's a question mark box where they stand on and patiently wait for a judge to talk to them. All right, we're underway here. Qualification round number 3. Blue Alliance trying to score some on the mosaic background. On the backdrop, the robots are allowed to carry 2 pixels with them at any one time, so they could score 2 at one time. You'll see a few robots that do that. And what an advantage right now, 45-5 for the Blue Alliance because of scoring the pixels on the right spike mark, parking in the right locations, and scoring on the backdrop. Huge advantage during the autonomous phase for those teams. All right, looks like we have a red robot that's just failing to get started here, so we'll see what happens. We also have a part that just flew off some robot. I think the other Red Alliance partner had a bearing or something fly through, so make sure you guys get that cleaned up after the match is done. There are rules that we do not reach into the field of play beyond the human player in that far corner. There are specific rules for those human players so that they are not injured, so you may see occasionally a referee talk to our human players. They introduce parts to the field in a safe manner. As we continue on, 59-8 Blue Alliance taking advantage of their Red Alliance single bot going right now. You're going to find that from time to time. These robots do run into each other. Sometimes they can become disabled during a match, and if that happens, their partner gets the extra weight of having to do it, but many times we've seen that single robot team come through with a big win, so it's not the end of the day for that particular alliance. Keep on going. Now 63-9 in favor of the blue. They're building that mosaic on that backdrop, so you can see 3 points every time you put a pixel there starts adding up quickly, and you've got 2 robots doing it. Certainly helps. We're in the last 30 seconds. This is the end game portion. We're going to see if these paper drones get flown. Another thing about the drones, folks, they have to fly over the truss. So they can't just walk up and drop it over the edge. They had to fly it over that truss work in the middle and then land it. We've got 2 drones that flew out there. Both of them fell a little short of getting into the landing zone. But there's our first pull-up, folks. Look at that. Yeah, that guy, he's ready for the Marines, that one. Look at him go. And the blue also has 1 robot that has held up. So fantastic. Love to see all the elements of the scoring opportunity being displayed for you in qualification round number 3. 88-30. Now we're going to go back over, well, we're still working on field number 2, folks. We've got a crack squad of engineers out there trying to put this together. Maybe we need a physicist with some Venn diagrams, perhaps, to get out there, make sure we're all squared away. That's it. We're going to get this thing MacGyvered up for you folks. No problem. We're probably going to run our next qualification round over on field 1, head ref? Probably? Okay, so.
We do have a final.
All right, we got a final for qualification round number 3. Yep. All right, qualification round number 3, final. It's the one that just finished on field number 1 in front of you folks. Blue Alliance comes through, holding on for a big win there. 88-30, and if you look at that, scoring 50 points in the autonomous phase, that was nearly the difference. I mean, they take that 50 away, and it's an 8-point difference. So, huge points scored during the autonomous phase for the game this year.
What are our options here?
It's going to get a little confusing because the field display is going to be showing up on
So you'd rather have me hang on and wait? Okay, that's fine.
We have enough time in the schedule. We can just buffer it.
Yeah.
All right, folks. So we are going to allow the field crew to repair our field. Looks like they're working along that. It shouldn't be much longer. If you've ever been on an airplane trip and had a mechanical delay, this is exactly what that's like. You know, we're just going to keep you updated. But as they are working on that, this is a perfect time to head on over to that snack bar and pick yourself up some snacks. We do rely on the snack bar to help support our teams here at the Roboplex, so please definitely take advantage of our snack bar, support us, and know that all proceeds go directly to support our teams buying these expensive robots, all the parts, all the servos, the mechanism wheels, etc. it takes to run this entire facility. You know, we are blessed to have this facility for you folks to come play in. This is one of the only dedicated facilities in North Texas strictly for robotics. Very frequently, and even at our regional meets, you'll see that we take over gyms that are temporary. But to have a permanent facility is truly a blessing for all of us here in North Texas and the X-League. We are taking pizza orders, so if you want to order an entire pizza for your team, you can head over to the snack bar and get that ordered. We do have a time cutoff on that, so you probably need to do that sooner than later. Once we do cut off that time, of course, it's kind of too late to order a pizza because they'll be on the way. So if your team wants to order an entire pizza for themselves, head on over to that snack bar, get that order placed, and we'll make sure that pizza is here for you guys before the morning session's done. I know these kids are working up an appetite, so are you parents, so feel free to head on over there and order a pie. We need some sound effects, like NASCAR sound effects, changing the tires, you know, elevating the cars. We need to get work that up for next time. All right, looks like we're putting the final touches on this field repair, and we're going to be underway. I know I always feel way more comfortable after I hear that the pilot said the mechanics had fixed the airplane, so we're going to be in that same boat here. These robots will be safe out on that field. So just to kind of remind you, qualification round number 2, which is we are going to replay. Red Alliance is the Shadowbots of Shadow Ridge Middle School and Broswell Engineering out of Aubrey, Texas, up against the Blue Alliance made up of Epic Expedition, a community team out of Plano, and Iterative Intentions out of Flower Mound High School. For those of you at home, when you see the team numbers, you're going to see team numbers out there. These have been awarded to teams in order of sequence. So the lower the number, the more veteran the team. Although I know a couple of teams out here have been around for a while, I have been told that some of them may be entirely rookie team members. So don't let a team number fool you. Generally speaking, there is some pedigree with that lower team number, but that is not always the case. As you will see, we do have some relatively new teams that are going to perform very, very well. And on occasion, you're going to find a veteran numbered team that may have some new members. And look at that. Our repair team is out looking at field number 1, preventative maintenance. We love to see that here at the Marcus Robotics Institute. So as we replay qualification round number 2, you're going to have 2 fields that are in top-notch condition. Before we start this match, let's give a little hand to Patrick and Casey McCluskey out there working on that field repair. One thing you might catch on our streaming broadcast as well as here in the facility is sometimes the theme of the teams. A lot of teams will have a common element, a getup, a hat with propellers on it, horns, you name it. So these kids have a lot of fun with this sport, and it's important to know that this is a sport for these kids. So a lot of them will be competing at the state high school level for a state championship coming up. So please keep in mind, this is a sport in today's day and age, and we do appreciate all of the fanfare that these kids get into, and parents as well. It all starts at home. These kids wouldn't be here without you, so you parents make sure you give yourselves a pat on the back, pat your fellow parents on the back for a job well done getting these kids prepared. And kids, make sure you thank your parents for all the support they give you. I also want to point out that all of the adults here helping out are volunteers, giving of their time to be here. All our referees in the striped shirts, randomizing for qualification round number 2 coming up. Our concession stand, volunteers, our scorekeepers, everybody here is volunteering to help support these kids. So we can't do it without parental support. So please, 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 please contact any adult here, any coach, to see how you can volunteer to help out at the next opportunity. All right, we're underway here in qualification round number 2. It's the repeat on the freshly rebuilt arena there. Blue Alliance on the move. We got robots bumping around and trying to make a move. Let's see if that pixel rolls into scoring position. Not quite. Live scoring going on puts the Red Alliance at 25 points to 0, but we are going to get some points for Blue Alliance parking in right locations. Unfortunately, it looked like during the autonomous phase, one of the blue bots did knock their partner's scoring pixel off of the spike mark for some bonus points, but they can make up for that during the driver controlled section coming up right now. All right, all 4 robots on the move. Red Alliance pushing 2 pixels right now, relatively quickly to get to the backstage area. Their partner bot picking up some to place on the backboard. You will notice a lot of times the robots will be pushing pixels, or if they fall off of that backdrop, as we just witnessed with that Blue Alliance, they can pick that pixel back up and try to put it back on the backdrop. These backdrops are a little sensitive, so when your robots do bump into them, as you just witnessed with the Blue Alliance, they can knock those pixels out of scoring position. So you might see their score go up and down during the match as pixels are maybe dislodged from that backdrop. This Blue Alliance robot coming up uniquely has 2 pixels at the same time. That is a fantastic strategy. If they can get 2 pixels scored at the same time, that's a 6-point opportunity, and then maybe bonus point opportunity if they build that mosaic up above one of those horizontal lines. Red Alliance 30, Blue Alliance 33. It's a very tight match, as we expect, and we're excited to see what happens during endgame. See if we can get those 2 chin-up bots going up there and those paper drones launched. Red Alliance going to pick one up off the backstage and put it on the backdrop, as I just mentioned. A lot of strategy involved with that, grabbing that close pixel and scoring it. Blue Alliance, moving along. Just going to push a couple. There's one paper drone that flew. I couldn't see if it landed in there, if it skidded into the audience there. Our first row of spectators got to be careful. These paper drones might fly at you, so be prepared. One Blue Alliance robot hefting into the air for bonus points. Red Alliance robot in position to get off the ground there as well. And it looks like a clean lift. Look at that. Arnold Schwarzenegger would be jealous right there. Look at that lift and pull. Fantastic match. Fantastic match. Match 5? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the next qualification round here. So qualification round 2 is done on field number 2. And we're going to move on to qualification round number 5 over on field number 2 as well. So if you are Red Alliance Iterative Intentions, you are back right up on field number 2 with Flower Mound Firewall of the Red Alliance and Broswell Engineering and Epic Expedition. You'll be the Blue Alliance over on field number 2. That is the field to your right for the next match. That'll be qualification round number 5. As soon as field number 1 is prepped, we will run qualification round number 4 over there. But for the next match, we'll be on field number 2. Qualification round number 5. Are we running number 4 right now?
Running number 5.
Running number 5 on field 2.
No, running.
On field 1?
Yeah.
Scratch that. Over on field number 1. Iterative Intentions and Flower Mound Firewall on field number 1 of the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, Broswell Engineering, and Epic Expedition.
We have a final for 2.
All right, we got a final score for qualification round number 2 after the replay. Qualification round number 2 winner is a tie. It's the first tie of the season, folks. Fantastic effort. Both teams coming through with a big tie. The end game score of 25 for the Red Alliance tied them up. Both teams had 10 points in penalties. Fantastic. Love to see a tie at 72 points each. Great effort on both teams and fitting for a repeated match.
They also make great Christmas gifts.
That's true. Absolutely. All right, so we're going to now run qualification round number 5 on field number 1.
Okay, we're doing 4.
We have a driver control from the last match from a Blue Alliance up here at the scoring table. If you are looking for that from the match we just wrapped up, come on by.
We're doing 4.
12791. That's Iterative Intentions. There we go. We got it. Thank you, guys.
We're doing match 4 now.
All right. We're going to do qualification round number 4 on field number 2. Okay, so on your right, qualification round number 4 over here. Blue Alliance, Infinitech, and the Protractors up against the Metal Wind Reapers and the Chuckleheads over here on field number 2 to your right. We're going to get through it. I'll get everybody back on track here after the next few matches, folks. So, what a fantastic result, though, to have a tie after a repeat. I think that's kind of a storybook situation there. All right, if you are watching at home, you can see our drivers and teams are getting their final instructions and making sure that they are ready to go. They give the big thumbs up and get prepared for the match. As you can see, these matches are very fast. 3 minutes goes by in a snap. Each team will compete in 6 qualification matches today. And we're randomizing the location of the prop for qualification round number 4. And it is the right-hand side The first 30 seconds is that autonomous phase, so it all is dependent on programming and input the bot sees and gets from visual cues and some pre-programmed opportunities. So, and they're off. So as you can see, humans are not touching any of the controllers. These robots are going off of input they receive from what they see through sensors, cameras, counters on the wheels, etc. So fantastic programming being done by these young engineers and leaders of tomorrow. Blue Alliance robots. Looks like they moved out and parked. Red Alliance has one robot that looks like it did get the pixel in the right location and score. So you'll see some scores pop up shortly for that. And now we're underway with the driver-controlled section of the match. All four robots appear to be on the move. As mentioned earlier, folks, the human player, one member of one of the alliance partners, will go to the opposite side to introduce pixels to a corner of the field for their teams. And they are strategically choosing the right colors and placing them in a certain manner, depending on how the robot is able to collect those and then place those on the backdrop to form those different colorful mosaics for different point categories. The other thing that teams are looking for strategically, folks, is that when they get to the regional championships and down the road, when they hit the finals, you get to choose your partner if you're one of the top performing teams during the day. So those top performing teams will be looking for complementary partners to join them, and sometimes their style of play meshes best with a different kind. And so you will find some very strategic things happening in the pits as teams will be observing what teams best mesh with their strategy and style to score collectively the most points. All right, we've got our live scoring up. It's 7-3 in favor of the Red Alliance currently, with just over 1 minute to go. We've got some intake problems happening over there, it looks like. Another thing you're noticing with the Blue Alliance player is he's actually using some kind of hand signals to his team or sign language so that they put down the pixels in the way they want them to be put down. The other thing you're running into is you'll see these robots have to navigate this relatively small field with 3 other robots, and a lot of times they're having to crisscross amongst paths. So, you are going to see some robot collisions and things like that. And we are in the end game, the last 30 seconds of the match. That's it. A couple of paper drones fell short of the landing zone. And right now, our live scoring has us at 14-14. We may have another tie. What an amazing thing that would be. I'll bet the guys in Vegas didn't have that on their list. All right, qualification round number 5 over on field 1. All right, we got center randomization set up for qualification round number 5. On your left, field number 1, it's Braswell Engineering and Epic Expedition up against the Iterative Intentions of Flower Mound and their colleague, the Flower Mound Firewall out of Flower Mound High School. So we'll see how well the Flower Mound teams are working together. And there is the... When's it cut off? Okay, when you want to cut it off? 11? Okay. All right, if you want to pre-order pizza for your team, you have until 11 o'clock to get that order in. So just over 50 minutes to get that order in if you want to order an entire pizza. And there is the famous Piggy from Iterative Intentions out here on display, folks. You'll see that headpiece around at all the meets. And you'll know you've got a formidable partner there when that pig is next to you. And we've got the center spike mark set up for this match. It appears we have personal props all the way around for the teams. That just means bonus points. I think it's a 10-point bonus when you use your personal prop versus just a white pixel. We got a little bit of a referee powwow going on to talk about either a penalty or some sort of scoring discrepancy. One thing we try to do is get it right. There's no replay here at the Roboplex or with First Technologies, but we do take a few minutes to make sure we get things right. As you will see, there is a gentleman on the question box, too. As mentioned earlier, with Grace's professionalism, you will have team members stand patiently on that question box to get their question asked of the judges. One thing you want to make sure you do is at regional events and some of the bigger events, you do have a timeline to ask questions from your match. I think it's 3 or 4 matches, so you want to make sure that you get on that box early if you have a question and get an answer from those judges. Our judges do a great job of educating you guys during league meets and during the season on the rules, but occasionally there may be a question, and we have one now. So I can tell you from experience watching team members stand on that box for what seems like an eternity, but it's really not. It might be 3, 4, 5 minutes waiting to get some attention. All right, here we go. We're clearing the field over here on field number 2, and our head ref is off to answer a question that we've got. That's part of gracious professionalism. All right, and we got a final. One thing nice is we're getting these final scores posted for you guys relatively quickly this year, which is always nice. So qualification round number 4, 104 points for the Blue Alliance, 90 penalty points. So big penalty points. I'll try to get you guys the story on what happened there, but it was probably a situation where we had a whole bunch of pixels get knocked over. I'm going to get that to you guys in just a minute.
791 for match number 2.
All right, folks, as excited as we were about a tie for qualification round number 2, as I just mentioned, we do try to get it right, and we did have a head ref come in to give us an update, and the Blue Alliance comes through with qualification round number 2 with a score of 102 to 72, and that was endgame scoring with landing their drone in an appropriate scoring location that was not tallied properly. So congratulations to the Blue Alliance from qualification round number 2 as the winners of that match. All right, back to field number 1. On your left, we've got qualification round number 5. Back on track, folks. We are back in the right locations for all the matches. So, Red Alliance, Iterative Intentions, up with Flower Mound Firewall, up against the Blue Alliance of Broswell Engineering and Epic Expedition. And we're underway. All right. Blue Alliance gets out there, scores by placing their pixel in the correct spike mark. Looks like they're trying to put some on the backdrop as well. Red Alliance also has 1 robot on the move, 2 robots on the move to score pixels and or parking locations. Right now we're looking at a 20 to 20. Red Alliance might actually get a little more for parking in the right location. We do try to keep the scoring live with you folks. Our referees are tallying points live, and those scores do get reported, but sometimes, as you've seen, pixels fall off, backdrops, things like that. So your scoring does change rapidly. We're looking at 29 to 29 as we get underway with the driver-controlled section. We have 1 robot that lost a part of something out there. On the Blue Alliance, looks like they lost maybe a bit of their number or something out on the field. They're on the move. One thing we have seen a big improvement on this season so far is drones being held by the robot. As you can see, Red Alliance did lose a drone out there in the middle of the field, and that was happening a lot during the first few meets, a lot less so today. So our teams have figured out how to keep those drones held in place much better because of the bonus points they provide. The opportunity for is tremendous. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, as we see, we've got a kind of a jam up here up in the corner for the Red Alliance trying to get their pixels going. One Blue Alliance robot is kind of trying to maneuver through the truss work while the Red Alliance robot's trying to collect some pixels. These pixels are very thin, so it's kind of hard for these robots to pick them up. That's been a challenge, as everything with FTC has got a very challenging element. So, we've got several challenges this year with navigating that truss work, launching a paper drone over the truss and landing it on a very short runway, picking up these narrow pixels. There's endgame. Wow, Blue Alliance launches a drone high into the air and it lands squarely in zone number 2. That's big points. Red Alliance, bam, also. I don't know if that cleared the truss, though. Refs will have to check that out. It was close. I couldn't quite figure it out, but we got a double Blue Alliance pull-up opportunity happening. It's the first time of the day we've seen both robots of one alliance do pull-ups to get bonus points. That is fantastic. Red Alliance trying to get it done, too, but couldn't quite get there. Fantastic effort. Both alliances love to see double drone scores and a double pull-up. That's fantastic. Right now, preliminary scoring, 95 to 74, but you did see a 90-point penalty earlier today. Totally swing a score for somebody. So when you see those referees waving those colored flags, that's indication of some kind of penalty during the match. And occasionally, it could be a pretty healthy number that sways the final score. As we get ready on field number 2 for qualification round number 6, we've got the Spontaneous Combustors from Coram Deo out of Flower Mound, partnered up with the Jesuit Rangers out of Dallas on the Red Alliance, up against the Shadowbots of Shadow Ridge Middle School and the Wired Pitchforks from Louisville. And the randomization has chosen the left spike mark for the day today. So on your screen, you can see where that spike mark is, but also the bonus points of actually putting those pixels on the left side of that backdrop. At the bottom of the backdrop, you're going to see what are called April tags. Many of you at home will look at that and see it as a QR tag, but this is slightly different, and it's called an April tag. That is what your robot is reading. So when they know it's the left spike mark or the right spike mark or the center, those robot sensors are going to read those pictures or those April tags on that backdrop and proceed to try to drop those pixels that they carry on that left, right, or center section, depending on where it is randomized. A lot of work goes into the programming of these robots, so these kids are working hard all season to get these robots where they perform at this level.
We're on regular schedule left, right. You're on different.
All right, our referees are having a little powwow over here, so we are ready to go over on field number 2 as soon as we wrap up getting it right for qualification round number 5. Each team will compete in 6 matches for this morning session. All sessions from all meets. So this is meet number 3 of the X-League. The previous meets have put them into their league rank, and it will be influenced greatly by today, as this is a third of the season and the final third. This is the final league meet we have for the X-League. And speaking of a final, we've got a final for qualification round number 5. See how those penalty points came in. If it makes a difference, the Red Alliance comes through. The big win, 101 to 95, and 20 penalty points awarded to the Red Alliance, pushed them over the top. So there you go. And as you can see, the league rank for all the teams is listed there, and the day rank is listed to the left of that in the bigger number. So if they've got an arrow up or down, that indicates where they're moving. But a couple of teams moving up in ranks for the day. Fantastic effort. Almost a 2 double-digit triple score, which is something that we don't see too often, but we're going to see more often now than we have in the last few weeks. All right, we're underway here in field number 2, and you can see these robots are actively dropping onto the backdrop, which is fantastic. There's a robot reading those April tags to get it positioned in the right spot to get those bonus points. And you'll see the team celebrate if they get it into the right spot. Sometimes you won't. These guys are not afraid to show their emotion when the robot performs well during that first 30 seconds of the match.
2, 1.
And here we go. We're underway for the human element, human-controlled portion. And all 4 robots on the move. Uh-oh, we have one red robot. Looks like they're having a little trouble getting going. The Jesuit Rangers is not quite rocking there, but we'll see what happens. We have the Blue Alliance lost their drone out there, so that is still proving to be something that these young engineers got to cure, is getting their drone to hang in position during this mayhem of human-controlled robotic action. 56-31 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. We've got Blue Alliance, though, on the move, moving some pixels to their backdrop right now. They are going for backdrop scoring, which triple the points, and it appears this particular robot is carrying 2 at the same time. So if you can drop 2 pixels at the same time, that's a 6-point opportunity. In addition, it may also end up being that you are building a mosaic, which is even more bonus points. You are seeing a wide range of different robot capabilities this year, from grippers to kind of more of your sweeping type intake systems for these pixels. It's kind of wild how they're doing that. You're seeing single element drops on the backstream and then double pixel droppers onto the backdrop. So the robots have evolved dramatically during the season. That's one thing that is really cool with this particular sport, folks, is that you may see an entirely different robot from a team from one meet to the next. And we're in the end game, and we saw the first red drone launch, and looks like it is in the 10 or maybe the 20-point section. Man, a second robot red drone also lands in a scoring position. Fantastic end game points for the Red Alliance here. Right now they're up 64-33. Blue Alliance does fire a drone. I don't know if it landed in the zone. I couldn't quite see where it landed, but I did see one take flight, and the other Blue Alliance robot did park, and it looks like both Red Alliance robots did the pull-up. So fantastic end game by the Red Alliance, both drones in scoring position and both doing the pull-ups. That's going to be hard to top. You're doing that, folks, you have huge end game scores. Fantastic effort, both sides. And now I direct your attention to field number 1, where we've got qualification round number 7 coming up. We've got, of the Red Alliance, the Chuckleheads out of Marcus High School, partnered up with Infinitec out of Shadow Ridge Middle School, going up against the Blue Alliance of Husky Robotics out of Carrollton, Texas, and Low Voltage, also out of Carrollton, Texas. So let's see how things go. We've got a Flower Mound versus Carrollton brouhaha happening over here on field number 1. Randomization for qualification round number 7 will be the right spike mark. As you can see, we've got one team here doesn't have a prop, so they are going to miss out on some potential bonus points. They do not have a handmade prop for their robot. And we got a final for qualification round number 6. Quickly scoring. I'm excited to see the end game score on this one and see how the Red Alliance does win. 40 end game points. Massive score for the end game. 104-58. When you're in the triple digits, it's going to be hard to beat most of the time. Occasionally, you'll see that double triple digit. But there we go. And look at that blue drone just crushed, as our referee is going to return that to the garbage can. It's a beautiful thing about the paper drones, folks. You just make a new one. So I know there is some engineering into the paper drones a little bit, and these kids are being strategic with how they fold that paper to make it perform that way.
And match 2, he says it's still not showing a yellow drop. And I actually saw his scorecard. It looked like he was correct.
All right.
791?
It's got it. Zone 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I'll force a sync, but
Okay, yeah.
that's all I got.
Okay.
Another scoring comment.
Yes.
Not from a student, but last night.
All right, so we're just running a quick little scoring update here, folks, so just give us a minute. At this moment, I would like to once again thank some of our sponsors for supporting First in Texas and First in Show, sponsor Qualcomm, which is our national sponsor of First Technologies, partnered with RTX, which is our center stage and game sponsor nationally for FTC. One thing important to note is the Roboplex has introduced the ability for you guys to go purchase ice cream over at the snack bar. I don't know if you know this, but our esteemed coach, Casey McCluskey, loves him some ice cream. So this holiday season, he must have made the nice list because Santa brought him a freezer. And we all get to benefit from being able to go over to that snack bar and buy some ice cream. I say that because he's gobbling down ice cream as we speak. All right, and we're in position for field number 1 to get rolling on qualification round number 7. All right, there's the big sound effect to get started. We've got 1, 2 robots on the move. Red Alliance robot dropping a pixel on the appropriate spike mark. Blue Alliance robot looking to park in the right location over there. So we're going to have some scoring, it looks like, from both teams here. Can't quite tell, but we're close. And now it's time for the driver control section to come up.
Pick up your controllers.
One thing to note, folks, you're going to notice for each alliance they can have up to 3 players standing on the side, and those represent a driver of the robot. The other one is usually called a gunner. He'll probably control the arm, maybe the launching mechanism for the paper drone. And the third member of that team is a coach. And that coach is going to sit there and keep track of what's happening on the field to help advise their driver and gunner what to do. That also may be the communicator to the human player on the opposite end of the arena on what pixels to drop for their team. So that third player is there to kind of be that strategist communicating with their alliance partner and that human player across the aisle. Live scoring right now, 13-1 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We do have, appears 1 blue robot out of commission. He's kind of hung there, it looks like. Can't get going. Red Alliance is on the move, though. They are grabbing pixels. We got 1 robot very rapidly pushing pixels for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance is having a hard time getting some pixels picked up from their zone. There's Red Alliance coming to drop some right now. Looks like the Chucklehead robot is trying to get some points scored there. 15-3. We got 10 seconds left before we hit the end game portion of the match here. We are on the move. There we go. There's the whistle for the end game. So this is where we're going to try to get those pull-ups done. Your robot doing a park in a proper position and also launching those paper drones for those final scoring opportunities. So we can see, looks like 1 alliance bot of each trying to get the pull-up done. It's a hard thing to do, to get in that right position and get launched. All right, there we go. We'll get the final tally here shortly. Doesn't look like we got any pull-ups done, and I don't see any paper drones that made it into the landing field. Right now, 11 to 15 is the preliminary scoring for this match. If there's any penalties at all, that will be a big indicator of anything. I didn't see any flags flying, but that doesn't mean there weren't any penalties. So let's give it a minute. All right, qualification round number 8 now on your right. Field number 2. We've got a center randomization, so that center spike mark. Blue Alliance is exclusively pixels, so we'll see what happens at. And the Red Alliance does have props, so there's opportunities for bonus points for the Red Alliance here right out of the gate. Red Alliance is made up of the Protractors out of Louisville, along with the Metal Wind Reapers, also out of Louisville, up against the Java Jedis and the Robo Wranglers of the Blue Alliance. So let's see how things shake out for these guys. Robo Wranglers coming in ranked 8th in the league, the top-ranked team on the field at the moment, but the Protractors right behind them at 12th. All right, head ref moving on over to field number 2. We're going to clean up field number 1, and we got a final for qualification round number 7. Blue Alliance does come through with a win, 15-8. The big difference, the autonomous section. Blue Alliance got 11 points out of that autonomous section, only 4 points during the driver-controlled section, and 0 during the end game. So 15-8. All right, we are ready to go over on field number 2. Referees are in position. Robo Wrangler coach sweating it, hand to the forehead. Let's see what happens here. The pressure's on to maintain that league ranking. This is affectionately the press box or the principal's office. So when you come in here, be prepared to defend yourself. All right. Another thing you're going to notice, folks, is on the near side of the field where you're sitting, you've got stacks of pixels. I believe that's a 5-pixel stack on those white spike marks. Teams are fully capable to go collect pixels from those stacks and score those. But also, I think those are potential penalty piles if you inadvertently run into them or control more than one at a time. Your robots this season are allowed to control 2 elements, 2 pixels at once. We do have a question mark. There's a question box. We have a player on the question box, so once our referees are able to field that, we do have a player waiting on the question box. Looks like we got one Red Alliance team just trying to make sure everything's in order. Looks like they have a little communication error. We try to give teams a little bit of time to make sure that they are prepared to compete. Sometimes it might be a simple reboot, and we hate to see all the work these kids put in not come to fruition because of a quick little technical glitch. It's a fast fix. If they do exhaust their time limit to get a fix done, though, they will have to be removed or sit quietly during the match.
3, 2, 1.
All right, folks, we are underway here on field number 2. We're now into the driver-controlled section. It is 5 to 5, 7 to 5 now in favor of the Blue Alliance. As they are moving, it does appear that our Red Alliance is down to 1 robot. Couldn't quite get that fix done. That's a beautiful thing. They do get 6 matches, so they'll get back to the pits after this match and figure out what went wrong. Another beautiful thing about First in Texas and First Technologies is that gracious professionalism. So these kids are going to be able to talk to their neighbors and get assistance from anybody out here to give them a hand and figure out what's going on. The amount of sharing that these kids do is incredible. There's no strategy, no tactics, other than your best performance and also helping your comrades and competitive friends also to their best performance. All right, 13 to 5 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We got 55 seconds to go. We are moving along. It's kind of still within striking distance for the Red Alliance with 1 robot to stay in this. Now, that's a beautiful thing. We've seen that happen many times throughout the season last year and even this season, where a bot goes down for whatever reason during the match. And it appears we may have a blue robot down as well. We got somebody kind of stuck out there, so maybe it's mano y mano right now. Now we're in the last 30 seconds. This is the end game. There are huge points to be had during the end game. That drone alone can score 30 if they can land it in that close scoring area. Also, I did get a clarification from our referees. If you are on the line in that drone area, you get the points of the higher caliber. So if you were to land in the middle but still have part of your drone on that white line closest to the field of play, you'll get the 30-point bonus. All right, it looks like the Blue Alliance got both robots parked for bonus points. No push-ups, no drones, but let's see what the final is. Right now, it looks like the Blue Alliance at 27 to 5, but we'll get a final for you on that in just a moment. All right, qualification round number 9 coming up on field number 1. We've got Spontaneous Combustors partnered up with Wired Pitchforks up against Flower Mound Firewall and Epic Expedition, making up the Red Alliance. Spontaneous Combustors are right now the number 1 team in the league and number 1 for the day so far, so everybody's going to try to knock them off. Let's see if Flower Mound Firewall and Epic Expedition are up to the challenge. And we got a final for round number 8. The Blue Alliance does hold on to win, 37 to 5, and the penalty points just kind of piled on to help them win as they got 10 penalty points from the Red Alliance. As you can see, that bumped up one of our teams to 4th for the day. Fantastic effort for a single bot on that Red Alliance for that match. And we're getting final instructions over here on field number 1. We're going to randomize where that prop will go. It's going to be on the right-hand side. So as those robots approach, they got to drop a pixel on that right spike mark to get those bonus points. If they have a prop out there, they'll double their points. And also if they can get pixels scored on the right-hand side of that backdrop, more bonus points. All right, we're underway. Blue Alliance on the move. We've got what appears to be them shooting for a pixel score on the backdrop in the right location. And the smiles on their faces indicate they may have got it in the right spot. Red Alliance got 2 robots on the move as well. Live scoring has us at 50 to 28 in favor of the Blue Lions. That's a high-scoring autonomous section,
Drivers,
folks.
pick up your
So
controllers.
understand, 50 points is a big deal.
2,
That means robots are
1.
scoring quite well. All right, driver control section underway. Now we're going to see the mayhem of driver control going. Blue Alliance right back to it, trying to put those pixels on that backdrop. As you can see, they're tuned in, very focused on getting that done. Red Alliance over there, also looking to put some pixels on the backdrop. Again, you get 3 points for putting on the backdrop, only 1 if you leave it in the backstage area on the ground. Tricky part is, oh, Red Alliance just has one skid off of that backdrop. That's okay, they can pick it back up and put it back on there. It's a beautiful thing about this game is if you do have a collision with that backdrop and a pixel or 2 falls off, you can pick it right back up and put it back on there. 34 to 73 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance still out there putting pixels on their backdrop. As you can see, the Blue Alliance getting closer to that horizontal line to score some mosaic bonus points once they pass the threshold of that white line with a mosaic of color. Red Alliance trying to pick up some pixels and keep on moving. Human players introducing those pixels to the floor of the thing. We do see one blue drone on the ground, so that will eliminate opportunities for that particular member of the Alliance to score bonus points during the end game. And here we go. Blue Alliance still on the move, 95 to 46. We're in the end game section now, the final 30 seconds. Let's see if we get any drones. There we go, Blue Alliance. Oh, just short on that drone. The other one is on the ground already, so that won't score. Red Alliance gets 1 in the scoring zone, and the other one looks like it bounced out. But they do have 1 drone that did land for bonus points. Now let's see how many robots do pull-ups. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4. We got the quadfecta, folks. 4 robots. Oh, wow, and he actually had so much effort. He let go at the end and fell over, but I think that's going to be a score. I think he was still elevated when the bell rang, but I'm not sure. Referees will figure that one out. All right, qualification round number 10 coming up on field number 2. We've got Infinitech and Husky Robotics making up the Red Alliance up against the Jesuit Rangers and the Broswell Engineering Robotics team out of Aubrey, Texas, and Broswell High School. We do have the Jesuit Rangers coming in, league rank number 5. So let's see if those guys can pull off another victory here. And our randomization is going to be in the center. So that center spike mark, we've got Blue Alliance with 2 personalized props. Red Alliance has 1 and 1 white pixel. So let's see how this all comes out as we get ready to robot over there at field number 2. All right, referees are discussing final over here on field number 1. Let's see how that final tally comes up. We have nobody on the question box that I can tell. The beautiful thing is our referees are really great about explaining the rules to our young competitors in real time. That's important as the season moves along when you get to some of these regional and state championships, because the competition gets stiffer and stiffer as the season moves along.
But we've been making it up.
All right, we're over on field number 2. We are just about ready to get started, so final instructions to our teams. All right, we're underway. And we've got 2 robots on the move so far, and that may be it. Sometimes these robots will have a delay in their start so they don't interrupt their partner on what their autonomous is. 1 blue robot. Dropping the pixel. Second, very nice. Parking for bonus points. Their backdrop pixel did fall off the board, so that won't count. But it looks like the Blue Alliance has got a healthy lead through the autonomous phase of the game so far. 23-0 at the moment.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. Driver control underway. 24-0 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. But let's see what happens as these kids pick up the controls and get to work. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, all 4 robots on the move. Again, important to note that the Blue Alliance does have to cross over the field to collect their pixels from their human player. And so sometimes communication can be difficult. Oh, looks like we got a red flag being flown. There may be a penalty assessed. Blue Alliance looking to put some on the backdrop, and their Blue Alliance partner is become what appears to be a push bot. During competition, folks, you're going to find out that sometimes things happen. Robot arms might break, and then these kids have to make an adjustment on the fly. So they may become a push bot when they were not. At the same time, they may find that their alliance partner is fantastic at putting them on to the backdrop. So they may say, well, we're going to work with you to push them over here, and you put them up. 50 seconds to go. Blue Alliance 24, Red Alliance 7. Got a couple of robots look like they're getting in position for the end game. So we got 10 seconds to go during the driver-controlled section. 28-4 in favor of the Blue Alliance currently. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance look like they're positioning to launch some drones to see if they can make the big difference. Blue Alliance does launch one just wide of where it needs to go. Another Blue Alliance flies through the air. Watch out in the front row, folks. You're in the danger zone occasionally. We'll have to get some Maverick and Goose commentary going here momentarily. Blue Alliance looking to do a pull-up with 1 or both robots. They're struggling to do it. We got one in the air for sure. The other one looks like it might be in the air. That might be 2. Red Alliance maybe parked for location. Let's see. Blue Alliance, fantastic effort. 68-9 before endgame. Probably going to see a Blue Alliance winner on that, but we'll get to the official score in just a moment. And we got a final for qualification round number 9. We'll bring that up on the screen for you now as we wipe out the pyramid of pixels. Blue Alliance comes through with a win. 164-102. Fantastic. First triple of the day, and a big triple at 164 indeed. 70 points in the autonomous phase, folks. That is a huge autonomous score. That's why it's so critical that these robots get that programming to score those points. Big points. That's by far the biggest score of the day. Fantastic effort all around. Anytime you get triple digits, it's a great effort. And in this case, unfortunately, one was 164. So couldn't quite top that. But fantastic effort. We love to see those big scoring matches. All right, over on field 1, qualification round number 11, we got the Blue Alliance made up of the Chuckleheads and the Java Jedis, up against the Red Alliance of the Metal Wind Reapers and the Shadow Bots of Shadow Ridge Middle School. We're going to get final instructions here. Got a league rank of 11 with the Shadow Bots. They are pushing the lead here of the lead rank up to this moment. Chuckleheads out of Marcus Robotics Institute right here at league rank number 14 and 8th for the day. Blue Alliance is using, we got a final for qualification round number 10. Again, amazing how fast we're getting these finals up for you guys. Huge improvement here at the Roboplex this year to last. All right, qualification round number 10, 128 to 9. Another big triple-digit score. Love to see those big things. Blue Alliance does come through with a big win. All right, because of our field maintenance earlier in the day, folks, we need to kind of make sure that we're trying to get back on time. So if you've got a match coming up, make sure you are ready to go. All right, we're going to try to get you guys queued up, ready to go. We're going to try to make up a little bit of time so the afternoon session doesn't get delayed. So please, if you've got a match coming up, make sure that you are Johnny on the spot, ready to go. All right, qualification round number 11 over here on your left. Field number 1. Once again, the Chuckleheads and the Java Jedis of the Blue Alliance up against the Metal Wind Reapers and the Shadow Bots of Shadow Ridge Middle School. Team's getting the thumbs up. We're randomizing now. It's the right-hand spike mark. So again, for those of you at home who are unfamiliar with scoring, it is fairly complex, but I'm going to try to break it down for you throughout the day. The right-hand spike mark is where these robots need to place their pixels they're containing to get bonus points. They can also get bonus points by using that personalized prop. As you can see, a colored prop or not out there. And of course, if they drop pixels onto the right-hand side of that backdrop, again, bonus points. You'll see those robots using their sensors to read things. Red Alliance just falls off. Unfortunately, they were super, super close to that. And you can see our referees looking to make sure they get scores on the spike mark. Blue Alliance, it appears that they got at least a robot parked for positional points. 25 to 5 is our live scoring during the autonomous phase.
Drivers,
And now
pick up your
we've got the
controls.
driver control section coming up
3,
for 2 minutes.
1.
And here we go. Again, tenets of the robots, a lot of times going to be fast and reliable for the Marcus teams. And then, of course, we want to get some scores done out there. So we've got the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance all on the move. Blue Alliance trying to put some points on the backdrop right now. The Chuckleheads trying to get some points on that backdrop. Blue Alliance trying to get another robot in there to score. Red Alliance is out trying to collect pixels to come to score. 29 to 5 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. As you can see, there are any number of intake systems these robots are using, whether it's a gripper, a vacuum, or kind of a sweeping intake system. And of course, they can score by putting pixels on the ground or put them on the backdrop. I can see the Red Alliance here trying to pick a pixel up, maybe to put it on the backdrop to change it from a 1-point to a 3-point score. Chuckleheads, meanwhile, trying to put some on that backdrop and get it into scoring position for more points. Triple points if you get it on that backdrop versus into the backstage area just on the ground. 32 to 11 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Oh, Blue Alliance dropped one as he was transitioning through the trussing system. And let's watch these robots coordinate their way to get point score. Now we're into the end game portion of the match. Red Alliance, looks like we got a couple of drones preparing to fire and also go do some pull-ups. Red Alliance doing a pull-up. I don't see if he's cleared the ground. He's trying. Let's see if he gets there. Blue Alliance also trying. Got 4 seconds left. Let's see. And sometimes you settle to park for points. All right, here we go. Final end game score is going to be close. 24 to 32 is our preliminary final, but we'll see what happens when we get the final tallies from any penalties that may have had and end game points. It's going to be close. Blue Alliance now ticking up to 44. Let's see what happens. Over here on the other field, folks, qualification round number 12. We've got the Robo Wranglers and the Protractors up against iterative intentions and low voltage of the Blue Alliance. Iterative intentions, league rank number 2. Robo Wranglers coming to league rank 7, so we've got a pretty good competitive match here coming up. Let's see how this works out over here on field number 2. Field number 1, sounds like we're just getting the final tallies done and submitted. We'll bring you that final in just a moment. Meanwhile, over on field number 2, it's going to be the center spike mark for randomization. So we've got Red Alliance slight advantage as they appear to have 2 personalized props out there for their attack. So Robo Wranglers and Protectors have a slight advantage because of a double prop opportunity versus the Blue Alliance that just has 1. All right, looks like we've got final scores coming in here in just a moment for qualification round 11. Bring that score to you right now. Let's see what the Pyramid of Pixels reveals for us. Red Alliance does come through with the win, 57-22. Did he get 20 points in penalties? Not quite a difference maker, but that 28 autonomous versus 5, big difference there. Blue Alliance did come through with more end-game points at 10-5, and slightly more during the driver-controlled section, but that autonomous deficit was just too hard to overcome. Fantastic job all around. Red Alliance does come through with the win. Over on field number 2, we're getting ready. And there it is. There's the bell to get underway. And all 3 robots in action during the autonomous phase here. It looks like the Blue Alliance did get a spike mark score, and it looks like they're trying to drop on the backdrop. So if they get that into position, big win for Iterative Intentions. Red Alliance coming through with some scoring as well. 50-25 is the preliminary score. So 50 points, folks. That's an impressive autonomous score.
Drivers,
I think it's about
pick up your
maxed out
controllers.
for a single robot.
3,
The other robot also
2,
was
1.
involved. It'd be another build on top of that. And we're underway. Here we go. All 4 robots on the move, I think. We got one blue robot still kind of hanging out in the starting zone. See if they can get rolling out of the chute and moving. There they go. And they're just pushing pixels, it looks like, to Iterative Intentions to just quickly grab and score. Red Alliance over there collecting with one robot. The other one coming through the truss work to get back to their side. (56-45), Red Alliance quickly catching back up during the driver-controlled phase here as they are grabbing pixels and scoring quickly. Blue Alliance coming back. Iterative Intentions picking up a couple more pixels to try to do it, and there they are collecting a couple more. 62-72-48, favor of the Blue Alliance. We've got another 35 seconds left before we hit the endgame section. One Red Alliance robot. It's got a pixel kind of jammed underneath it as he's moving around. Haven't had a lot of robot parts flying around. I did see one earlier, but last meet we had arms falling off and all sorts of stuff. So, much cleaner meet today, and you're going to see that throughout the year as these robots get cleaner, better, faster, and more accustomed to working on the arena with other robots. Some of that just comes with patience, practice, and time, and that's what's happening as the season moves along. A little more collaboration between these teams as they move. Endgame, Blue Alliance does fire a drone, one scoring drone for sure. Let's see if we got any other drones that take flight here. One Blue Alliance, Iterative Intentions doing the pull-up, getting in the air. Their partner going to park. We do have, looks like, a penalty there from one big flag being flown. Red Alliance also parking a couple robots, it looks like, in place. So they're going to try to keep it close. Preliminary scoring 107 for the Blue Alliance to 61 for the Red. Let's see how that pans out. All right, qualification round number 13 over here on field number 1. We're going to have the Red Alliance made up of the Wired Pitchforks and Braswell Engineering up against the Blue Alliance of Infinitec and the Spontaneous Combustors of Coram Deo Academy of Flower Mound. Spontaneous Combustors ranked number 1 in the league. So keep your eye on 21514. They've got the big yellow gripper and pixel delivery device and have worked hard to make that number 1 league rank stick. All 4 teams have personalized props out there, so that is going to give them the ability to max out those autonomous scores. And I'm going to figure we've got a pretty good chance to see a big autonomous score out of this match here, qualification round number 13 over on field number 1. And we got a final for qualification round number 12. And the big bulldozer does reveal Blue Alliance holding on to win 108-91. Now you're going to see they nearly gave it up. They gave 30 points to the Red Alliance. It got them close. Had they had a few more, that could have been the difference. They could have lost it. So penalties is something to be aware of. It doesn't take away from your score in this game. It only adds points to your opponent's score. So big penalties can add up. All right, we got the left spike mark for round 13, and we've got the teams ready to go. So we're going to be moving along real quick here, folks. Let's go. All right, we're underway. 1, 2, 3 robots on the move so far. Blue Alliance. Let's see. Coram Deo team looking to score on the backdrop. I was going to watch the reactions on their faces. We got head shakes, so I'm guessing performed okay. Looks like their partner got it on the spike mark as well and possibly parked. So as you can see, 50 points again in the autonomous phase for the Blue Alliance.
Drivers,
It's twice
pick
in a
up your
row.
controllers.
Blue Alliance come through with big
3,
autonomous
2,
points.
1.
Not insurmountable, though. This driver control section now underway. It's going to be anybody's match, of course. And that end game, another opportunity to make big, big points. You get 2 drone scores in that closest landing zone. That's 60 points, 30 points per drone. So anything can happen with center stage this year at First Technologies. All 4 robots on the move, kind of jockeying for position as we navigate through the truss work. 53-3, we haven't seen a score change. Human element player just dropped some pixels for the Red Alliance, and their red robot has picked up or is trying to like bulldoze those out of there and start controlling only 2. That's one of the things you got to watch out for, is you can control 2 pixels at a time, and the penalty may have been there. The Red Alliance looked like they bumped into a pile of pixels and may have been penalized for controlling more than 2 at one time. 59-3, Blue Alliance coming through with a few points on there. Both teams kind of having a, whoa, had a big robot tip over. That's one thing we noticed last year a lot more than this year, was robots tipping over the high center of gravity situation. When those robot arms are extended, they're dramatically adjusting the physics of their robot, and the robots can tip over. We've seen a few tip. Haven't seen many fall over this year. We did have that one robot to fall off of the pull-up bar. End game. Oh, there it is. 30-point score for the Red Alliance with that drone. Let's see if their partner can also launch a drone and get some more big bonus points. That's a huge scoring opportunity for the Red Alliance to kind of make up the gap. All right, they are not launching their secondary drone, but they are going to do and get into pull-up position. We got 6 seconds to go. They're trying to get there. They're close. Oh, can't quite get the hook. Blue Alliance does hang. Coram Deo robot gets in the air, and that's it. 2 robots doing pull-ups. Fantastic effort on the Red Alliance to try to make up during endgame and driver phase to catch up to the Blue Alliance. We'll see what the final says. Might be a little short. Qualification round number 14. We got Epic Expedition Husky Robotics on the Red Alliance, partnered up against the Jada Jevis and the Metal Wind Reapers of the Blue Alliance. We've got the center spike mark for the randomization, and drivers are getting their, teams are getting their final instructions. We're just going to get the countdown and get rolling. All right, we need 1 ref to move over to field number 1 to get prepped, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, we are over halfway through the morning session, as this is round 14 of 24. All right, we're underway over here in field number 2. We've got 1, 2 robots on the move during autonomous, and we got 3. So, and we'll see if the 4th robot on the Red Alliance does get moving. Does not appear to be. So there we go. We've got some scoring happening on the autonomous phase right now. 50 points for the Red Alliance, as they did get the spike mark, and they must have gotten the score on the backdrop. Blue Alliance, though, looking to get their other robot parked and scored, so they've got 30. So that's a very competitive autonomous phase all around. You've got 80 points already scored with
3, 2,
the autonomous phase of the
1.
robot. And we are now driver-controlled section. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 robots on the move. Here we go. Wow, we got like some Michael Jackson dance moves happening out there with robots doing some spins. I don't know if that's trying to throw some shade at the other side, kind of intimidation factor, but let's see how that affects the other team when they see that kind of moonwalk across the floor. All right, Blue Alliance trying to get out of each other's way so they can score, and that's one of the things that's tricky. You want to get those big points on that backdrop, and you want to get in, score quickly, and get out of the way, but also not bang into that backdrop and de-score your pixels, because that can happen. Here we go. Robots moving through, almost in a coordinated attack. 54 to 44 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. 1:08 to go. We got another 35 seconds of driver control scoring opportunities as we push through on qualification round number 14. 48 to 54. It's just getting tighter. Red Alliance slightly ahead in our live scoring. As you can see them, robots queuing up over there for the Blue Alliance to try to pick up some pixels. One thing we haven't seen a lot of is robots going to the stack of pixels on the far side. Part of that might be you're only allowed to carry 2 at a time, so collecting from that stack may be a challenge. It might be something that we see some robots pick up before the next meet. And some of the next meets and regional championships is how teams navigate to collect those stacks of pixels without causing penalties, because you can only control 2 at a time. 54 to 41 in favor of the Red Alliance. We are 10 seconds left. It's end game time. Let's see if anybody does the pull-ups. And Blue Alliance does get one in the air. Red Alliance trying to get one. It looks like he's kind of cross-hooked across the trussing, so he couldn't quite get in the air as he's kind of pulling himself laterally sideways there. 66 to 60 to 54 preliminary scoring. We'll see if the end game difference comes through with parking in the right locations and any of those bonus points. Didn't see any drones fly on that one. And we got a final in round 13 for you folks. Let's bring up that graphic to share with you how that one came to a final. Blue Alliance wins qualification round number 13. Final score 138 to 70. They got 50 points and penalties. So as I mentioned, when you saw that flag fly, it was that Red Alliance bumping into that stack of pixels. They had their own 2. They ran into a stack of 5, got a penalty, 10 points per pixel for controlling too many. So big score for the Blue Alliance. Strongly entrenches the Coram Deo team into league rank number 1, and they maintain that. And we got a final for qualification round 14 coming up for you. And our bulldozer is going to reveal that the Blue Alliance wins qualification round 15, 66 to 54. 25 points for the Blue Alliance at the end game. That was the difference. That made the difference for them. So getting that robot in the air, that pull-up, and that other robot parked made the difference. So way to go, Blue Alliance. Fantastic work. All right, we're at qualification round number 15 here, folks. Right side is our spike mark. And we've got the protractors and low voltage on the Red Alliance, the Jesuit Rangers and the Shadow Bots on the Blue Alliance. And we are underway. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3 robots on the move. Blue Alliance looking to score on the backdrop. Let's see if they get that red. You can see their sensors of their robot was reading those visual cues on the thing, and it's going to drop a pixel, hopefully, on the right spike mark. Just off the mark. I think they're not going to score for that, but they do get parked. And their partner also is parked, but doesn't appear they got the pixel on the spike mark. Red Alliance also got a robot parked, but the Red Alliance
Drivers,
drone
pick up your
did shake
controls.
loose from
3,
their bot there, so
2,
they're going to have
1.
no opportunity to score with that particular drone. Blue Alliance has a sweeper intake system on their one robot. Their other robot appears to have a gripper system. Let's see how we do during driver controlled section. 29-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance as our live scoring is reporting. Got a couple of robots getting kind of hung up here in the truss work. He might be kind of stuck. Looks like he finally worked his way through. And you also notice that those props are just being banged and kind of pushed around all over the place. These players are paying no attention to those props at all, as they are just in the way most of the time. Doesn't seem to affect any of the robot performance, but it is fun for us to kind of watch those things get pushed around and battered around during the match. All right, Blue Alliance, 33-10 in favor. Let's see if the Red Alliance can pick up a few more points here, as they are going to try to get some pixels picked up from their player-controlled hub in the opposite corner. Blue Alliance, meanwhile, continuing to add some pixels to the backdrop, as they are 36-10 in the live scoring. We've got 10 seconds left in the driver control section before we hit the end game. It's interesting to watch some of these driver control sections where they actually start prepping for end game just before. The Blue Alliance launches a drone and scores. 10-point score for the Blue Alliance. That's going to help them get into position. One Red Alliance team that did lose its drone, apparently just going for the park. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance drone launched laterally. Didn't quite get there, and we got one Blue Alliance scoring a push-up, and the Red Alliance throwing some shade, doing a spin right here in the parking zone in the autonomous phase. There we go. All right, do it with some flair, do it with some style. Red Alliance, we're going to give you some style points on that one. All right, qualification round number 16. We've got Flower Mound Firewall and the Robo Wranglers on the Red Alliance up against the Blue Alliance, made up of the Chuckleheads and Iterative Intentions. And they're underway. We are moving along fast, folks, making up that time we lost with our field repairs. We got 2 robots on the move during autonomous. Iterative Intentions already scoring on the spike mark. And let's see if they can get it on the backdrop properly. That clapping sound tells me yes, they did. Red Alliance has got at least, appears maybe parked for points. All right, there you go. 50 points again for the Blue Alliance during autonomous. So that proves difficult to match. Let's see how it goes. Now we are 5 seconds away from the driver controlled section. Let's see what we can do here. All right, now all the robots are on the move. Red Alliance robot is quickly pushing pixels. That red pusher bot. And the Chucklehead robot, kind of flipping some pixels out of its intake mechanism towards the backdrop area. It's going back to collect some more. Iterative Intentions, meanwhile, looking to just pick up the pixels that are available over by their human player. And as you can see, the sign language coming from that human player, giving them the thumbs up to pick up those pixels, and they're off and running. Chucklehead's looking to try to put some on the backdrop here, score some more points. We've got kind of a shaker system where they can carry 2 pixels at once. It appears the double carrier is the way to go to score maximum points at once, as long as you can get them on that board. The arm for the Chucklehead bot seems to be a little shaky, so let's see what they can get done. And they're just going to drop it in the backstage area for Iterative Intentions to come through and score a double on the mosaic backdrop. 78-16 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment, and they are moving along. Blue Alliance. Chuckleheads over there collect some pixels from the human player. Red Alliance, meanwhile, 16 points and looking to score more as they push more pixels towards their backstage area. And we're at the end game. Let's see. I see one Red Alliance drone on the ground, so That is not an opportunity for the Red Alliance to make up any ground. But let's see what we do with the Blue Alliance if we get any drones being fired. Theater of Intention still scoring on the backdrop. There's a Blue Alliance launch. It looked like it may have gone a little bit long. I don't know if they were able to keep that in the scoring zone. And time's up. I'm not sure if the Red Alliance got lifted or not, or the Blue Alliance got in the air in time. It's going to be close.
15 final.
And we got a final for qualification round number 15 coming at you.
I need them on field.
Team 24660. Team 24660. We need you on field 1 immediately. 24660. Here we come. They're coming. All right. Qualification round number 15. Winner, Blue Alliance, 69 points to 30. 69 to 30 for qualification round number 16. All right. We got qualification round number 17 coming up for you guys. Red Alliance is the Java Jedis and Spontaneous Combustors on the red, up against Broswell Engineering and Infinitec on the Blue Alliance. Spontaneous Combustors still holding that League 1 rank. That's the 21514 robot, so pay attention, all you teams. These high-ranked robots at this point in the season are doing some things really well, so you may see what they're doing and what you can do to improve your bot.
16 final.
And we got a final for qualification round number 16. I think we're going to find the Blue Alliance does hold on for that big win. Oh, we got a switch over here. And that autonomous phase was big. 102 points for the Blue Alliance, 50 autonomous points. Proved insurmountable for the Red Alliance to come back. Fantastic work. All right, we're doing randomization here for round 17. It's going to be the right-hand side. So we've got 1, 2, 3 personalized props, giving the Blue Alliance a slight advantage is that both of their alliance partners have a personalized prop. Gives them the double opportunity for points during the autonomous phase. All right, teams, pay attention to where your next match is. Make sure you are ready to go. We're trying to make up some time to make sure we keep this meet operating and running smooth. So if your match is coming up, make sure you're queued up and ready to go. Okay, make sure you're taking advantage of that queuing table on each side. All right, we're underway here on field number 1. Spontaneous Combustors dropping a pixel in the right location. Blue Alliance also parking in the right location. And let's see if we can have another big autonomous score here. Let's take a look. I can't tell from my angle if we got that backdrop scored or not, but we got 20 points awarded to the Red Alliance so far, 40 points to the Red Alliance, so almost as many as they could score. 5 points for the Blue Alliance for getting that robot parked in the right zone. And here we are, 2 minutes of driver-controlled mayhem, or a minute and a half, excuse me. Blue Alliance pushing one into the backstage. Red Alliance looking to drop on the backdrop, extend their lead, and they do. I see it appears to be 4 drones still intact. Again, the end game can be a dramatic difference in points with those drones. This year's game is incredibly dynamic with those end game opportunities as well as just the whole board. You know, you got a backdrop, a back stage, stage door, truss work, a lot of intricacies this year, a lot of engineering going into every aspect of these. Match 18, if you are qualification round 18, please report to the field immediately. That's going to be low voltage, Jesuit Rangers, Metal Wind Reapers, and Epic Expedition. If I just called out your team, you need to be on field number 2 immediately. It looks like we need the Blue Alliance there. Epic Expedition and Metal Wind Reapers, we need you on that field. Please look at the board over that monitor. You need to be on the field. Let's get queued up, guys. We're trying to make up time. All right, back to the action over here in field number 1. 62-7 in favor of the Red Alliance. They're continuing to move. Blue Alliance, however, trying to get some more 3-point pixels on that backdrop. Blue Alliance launches a drone, and they score a 30-point drone landing. That's a huge drone score. Let's see. Red Alliance falls short of getting over the wall into the landing zone. The other Blue Alliance, it's a sky shot. Didn't quite clear the wall on that one. Let's see if we get any robots lifting. One, no. Blue Alliance is in the air. Red Alliance also gets in the air. And there we go. And their partner robots who didn't do the lift did get parked for points. We may have another triple-digit score here after all is said and done. Let's see how that shakes out with the in-game scoring. All right, qualification round number 18, as we just called for. We're looking for Low Voltage and the Jesuit Rangers on the Red Alliance. Jesuit Rangers and Low Voltage on the Red Alliance, please. We need you to be over there. Blue Alliance, Metal Wind Reapers and Epic Expedition. Let's go. Other field, to your left, to your left. There we go. All right, Low Voltage, coming to the field. Let's go, guys. All right. For qualification round 19, please be queued up. Wired Pitchforks, Iterative Intentions, Robo-Wranglers, and the Chuckleheads. Please get ready for round 19. And if you are round 20, that's going to be the Protractors, the Shadowbots, Flower Mound Firewall, Husky Robotics. Please start queuing up. Round 20, start getting queued up. All right, let's go to the action here over on field number 2 as we get prepared to launch field number 2.
17 final.
And we got a final for qualification round number 17 to share with you folks. Let's have our bulldozer do the big reveal. Red Alliance does hold on to win that, even though they had a strong push from the end game on the blue for 55 points. Wasn't enough to overcome that autonomous 50-pointer from the red. So congratulations, Red Alliance. Coram Deo still holding on to the number 1 league rank there. All right, back to the action. Field number 2. We're getting the thumbs up from the drivers right now. Qualification round number 19 over on field number 1. Field's getting reset. Let's get you guys queued up, ready to go. Once we do come to round number 19, Red Alliance will be the Wired Pitchforks and Iterative Intentions up against the Blue Alliance of the Robo-Wranglers and the Chuckleheads. So let's get ready to go. Marcus. All right, back to field number 2. All right, we're ready to randomize here on field 2. It's going to be the left spike mark, and we've got, it appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4 personalized props. So this is going to be all potentially high point scoring. So let's see if we can't get beyond the 50-point mark we've seen today during the autonomous section. All right, there we go. One bot on the move. Didn't quite get the spike mark dropped. Don't know. Nope, didn't make it into the backdrop either. Just dropped a little prematurely. Blue Alliance partner dropping a spike, it appears, and parking for points. So we're going to get some good points from that side, that partner. Whoa, actually still moving. Maybe they're going to be able to get something on the backdrop. Nope, they're going to park over here in the backdrop. Backstage area. Red Alliance also getting a robot parked. So fantastic collective points there for
Pick up your controllers.
our robots. 33 to 5 is our autonomous score, as it appears. 34 to 5, excuse me. And now we're underway. Driver control section. Blue Alliance picking up that one that dropped during the autonomous phase to put it back on the backdrop to get that 3 points. Blue Alliance with a bit of a lead as we start autonomous, and they are picking up the loose pixels right now and getting those quick points. You know, don't travel far if you can pick it up right here. Red Alliance pushing points into the backstage area. It's 39 to 8 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Blue Alliance trying to get in position to go collect their pixels. We saw a penalty flag fly. I'm not sure exactly what that was for. Oh, there we go. We see a stack of white pixels getting knocked over there. 43-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Well, we just saw some robot flying through, and he lost his pixels right in the middle. Red Alliance just pushing some into position. Another one kind of using their intake to grab a few. Red Alliance knocking over a stack of white pixels just to pick them up and move them. And they're just pushing them over. That's not a bad strategy. If you can do it quickly, score a bunch of points quick. There they go. They're handling 2 this time. Red Alliance push bot, relatively fast and able to grab a couple of pixels quickly and get them over there. Blue Alliance, however, 49-16 lead right now as we hit the last 30 seconds and the end game. Blue Alliance bringing 2 more to put on the back stage. And they launch a drone that appears to go over. Second one falls short. Red Alliance also bounces and lances. It might be on the line for a 2. I'm not sure if that was a 20 or 10-point spot. And we got 2 Blue Alliance robots doing the pull-up versus 1 red. The other red parks. 95-51 in favor of the Blue Alliance. It's probably going to hold that way for a Blue Alliance win, but we'll see if there's any penalties. I did see a penalty flag fly during the match. All right, over here on field number 1, we're going to get started right now. All right, autonomous phase underway. We got 3 robots on the move. Red Alliance is made up of the wired pitchforks and iter of intentions up against the Robo Wranglers and the Chuckleheads. And we've got the Red Alliance kicking out to a lead during autonomous, 45 points to 5 from their scoring up to the moment. We'll see if they get any more points if that other robot does make a move, but it appears that they're taking that parking space out front. And they're getting a spike mark. Patrick pointed it out.
3, 2,
All right,
1.
autonomous is over. Driver controlled, here we go. We're underway. Blue Alliance trying to get some pixels scooped and pushed. They got a push pot, getting some out of the way. They're trying to get them moving. They're having a hard time doing that. Chucklehead's coming through to kind of put something on the backdrop. They got 2 pixels in their delivery system. Let's see if they get them both on the backdrop. Red Alliance trying to pick up a couple more for their mosaic, and they've got a double dropper as well. The iterative intention robot is pretty sharp delivery system there. 76-11 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Blue Alliance dropping 2 in the backstage area. It appears that the Chucklehead robot might be DOA. He can't seem to get anything moving. He's kind of stuck there. Meanwhile, Red Alliance has got both robots on the move. Iterative Intention is going to drop a couple more on the backdrop here as they elevate their scoring. 76-13 in favor of the Red Alliance. Chucklehead robot back in action on the move, trying to get up to that mosaic so you can get a couple more pixels loaded into their scooper. Blue Alliance partner has got 2 green pixels to bring over. Oh, he lost them. Having a hard time keeping those in front of their push mechanism. Red Alliance, meanwhile, is up to 96 points. Now we're in the end game section. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance both see if we can get any drones. 1 Red Alliance drone flies short. Iterative Intentions, we got 1 robot with some parts hanging loose. Red Alliance robot's got something that's shaken loose. Red Alliance robot did just inside the 3rd scoring stage for Iterative Intentions. They're going to get a 10-point bonus for that drone. And let's see if they can get hoisted in the air. Yes, Red Alliance does get 1. Iterative Intentions does come through, gets the robot hoisted in the air, and a 10-point drone strike. Preliminary scoring 137 for the Red Alliance up against 23 for the Blue. We'll give you the final on that. I didn't see any penalty flags fly, so we'll see. We got a final for qualification round number 18. Blue Alliance does come through with the big win, 155-51. That penalty flag did fly. They got 60 points in penalty there. That did push them into the triple digits, but fantastic effort, both squads. Qualification round number 20. We got the Protractors and the Shadow Bots on the Red Alliance up against Flower Mound Firewall and Husky Robotics, making up the Blue Alliance. Shadowbots, league rank 8, so keep an eye on 24729. Let's see how they perform.
19 final.
And we got a final for qualification round number 19. I think we're going to see that not a big surprise. The Red Alliance held on to win that one, 136 to 23. I think that's our highest for the autonomous score of the day, 70 points in autonomous. It's tremendous. That's how important the autonomous phase is at this year's competition. Huge points there, and 35 in the end game. So both phases there, big scores. All right, take your attention off to field number 1. Or field number 2, excuse me, field number 2, as we're getting ready to get underway there. If you are coming up, if you're one of the remaining matches, we got 5 left, pay attention. Make sure you are queued up and ready to go. So if you're competing on either field, please get on those queuing tables on either side. Make sure your robots are ready to go. So if you are qualification around 21 or 22, I'd like to see you guys queued up on those tables along the wall here right away.
Remind them to clean up their kits after they finish their last match.
Yeah. And we're going to randomize here for field number 2. As mentioned earlier, folks, the X-League is made up of 32 teams, and a morning session and now an afternoon session is getting ready to come up. Once your final match has been played, please clean up your area and make sure it's ready to go, because we don't have time to go and clean up after you before the next group comes in for the afternoon session. So please, please, please pay attention to your space. Be gracious and professional for the next group coming in. Thank you. All right, we're underway over in arena number 2 over here. We've got 1, 2, it appears to be 3 robots on the move. 20 points scored so far for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if the Red Alliance gets any points for parking, and they appear to have gotten some points. They're up to 8, 25 to 8. We got 3 seconds to go before our humans pick up these controls and get to work.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And now we're underway.
3, 2, 1.
Human players picked up their robots, and we are underway 25 to 9 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we get going in this stage of the match. For those of you at home, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you watching us and watching your young family members compete here today. Sorry you couldn't be here in person, but we're happy to bring you as much action as we can through the power of YouTube. Appears we have 1 blue robot. He just is DOA here. We're trying to get him going. It appears to be the Flower Mound Firewall robot. They're trying to get underway. Let's see. They may be out of commish or just having to do a quick little reboot. Let's see. That does leave the door open for the Red Alliance to take advantage as they are behind 25 to 12. Let's see if the Red Alliance can come through and pick up a win, take advantage of this opportunity. 25 to 12 in favor of the Blue Alliance still. We got 30 seconds to go for the driver-controlled section. And we'll see if the Blue Alliance has got enough to hold on with 1 robot down. Red Alliance going to pick up some more pixels from their supply hub. And just some from the floor. They're going to quickly come back, try to make this an even match. 5 seconds to go before end game. I do see 1 red drone and 1 blue drone on the field, so that's going to limit the opportunities for the red to get those points made up with 1 drone down. Let's see what happens if they can get scored with some chin-ups or drone scores. 8 seconds to go. 32 to 30 in favor of the Red Alliance. They've taken the lead at the last minute, the last seconds. Let's see if that sticks. Wow. Wow, way to see a comeback. All right, over on field 1, we're ready to start. All right, we're underway over here. On field number 1, we are making up that time quickly, folks. We got one blue robot on the move. And one red. I can't tell if one red or two reds are moving here. Looks like both. All right. 40 to 20 in favor of the Blue Alliance during the autonomous phase. So we got scoring elements knocked out strong. 20 to 25, excuse me.
Pick up your
30 to
controllers.
20. Scoring's all over the place.
3,
Casey
2,
McCluskey's having a hard time keeping
1.
up. Look at him. I see smoke coming out of his ears. All right, 33 to 25 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we have humans picking up the controls and getting started. All 4 robots on the move. It appears we have 4 drones still in place. I really like watching the airplanes fly at the end of this thing. We got white pixels kind of getting scattered out there. Blue Alliance pushing some points there. 30 to 36, 32 to 36. It's a 4-point spread right now. That's very easy to see things happen.
These teams need to pick up their pizzas at the concession stand.
Okay, we've got pizzas at the concession stand for team 24729 and 24779. So we got 5 pizzas total for those 2 teams. So if you ordered pizza, 3 cheese, go on over there. If you ordered 1 cheese and 1 pepperoni, head on over to our concession stand to pick those up. They are ready to go. And I don't think I have to tell you what happens to pizza that's not picked up. It disappears. All right, 50 seconds to go. We got a score of 35 to 42. Very competitive match here on field number 1. We got 15 seconds to go before before endgame kicks in. So let's go. Let's see what we can do here with a 7-point swing. Looks like one red bot has its drone out of position, so he's only going to go for the hang, but his partner is prepping to fire a drone. Oh, and they fired it, just fell short. Or maybe they were trying to disable the blue robot, but that's not the case. Here we go. We got another drone getting ready to take flight, and it's short. 1, 2, 3 robots going for the hang. Let's see. Blue robot in the air. 1, 2 red robots in the air. That might make the difference. A double hang for the Red Alliance. Let's see how that end game scoring comes through and dictates this final score. Fantastic effort all around. It's fun to watch those drones fly, even if they don't clear the wall. It just adds a fun element of action to the game.
Final 20.
We've got a final for qualification round number 20. We'll bring that up on screen for you as the pyramid of pixels falls and reveals the Red Alliance coming through, the Protractors and the Shadowbots, with a 32 to 30 victory. The end game made the difference. 10 points for the Red Alliance, 5 for the Blue. That made the difference right there. Blue Alliance did have a commanding 25 to 8 autonomous lead, and Red was able to kind of come through and get it. But keep in mind, that's when the Blue Alliance had a bot down. So Red Alliance was able to take advantage of a bot that had a malfunction. Fantastic work. Very exciting.
21 final.
And we got a final for match 21 as well. Our refs are really rocking to keep us on time here, guys. Red Alliance does hold on to win 82 to 55. 40 points in the end game. I told you that double hang was going to be big. It was. It put them way over the top to score. All right, qualification round number 22 coming up. We got the Red Alliance made up of Iterative Intentions and the Java Jedis up against the Jesuit Rangers and the Chuckleheads. Iterative Intentions league ranked number 2. Jesuit Rangers on the Blue Alliance ranked number 4. So we've got some high-ranked teams going head-to-head here. Let's see if their supporting cast can come through and keep those ranks intact. If you are coming up for field number 1, please get your robots on the field. And if you have a match left, you're probably the only one left. So get queued up on those side tables, get ready to go. And as you're cleaning up your pit area, guys, please, please, please get it clean, get it ready to go for the next group this afternoon. It's an important thing for us to keep it clean and keep things going for the next group. All right, let's do a big hand to our volunteers for the morning session, everybody. Please give a hand to everybody helping reset these fields, keep this meet going, get the fields reset and rebuilt, our repair crews. Fantastic work, everybody, and thank you for being here. We appreciate your support of the Roboplex, of your particular teams, and supporting First in Texas and the First Tech Challenge. We couldn't do it without all of you being here, so we appreciate it. If you want to get involved, we would love to have more involvement from our X-League parents. We are looking to create some X-League events outside of this building where we all can get together and socialize, so keep your eyes peeled for some opportunities coming up as an X-League where we can go gather in a fun environment and let our kids play, and then we all can meet each other as parents too. So please keep your eyes out for some opportunities to meet. All right, qualification round number 22. Our randomization's on the left-hand side. Get ready here. This is the match on your right, field number 2. Here we go. And we're underway. All the robots, 2 robots on the move, 2 of them hanging out. And we've got the Jesuit Rangers trying to get scoring on there, and they appear to have done it. Iterative intentions coming through to... There we go. Look at that. Blue Alliance on the spike mark and scored. It appears the iterative intention robot also got some scoring done.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right.
3, 2,
The Red
1.
Alliance has a little bit of a lead, 29 to 13 as we start the driver control stage of the match. And we're looking to see 1, 2, 3, 4 robots on the move. Let's see how we score these. Blue Alliance, got 1 robot moving through. Chucklehead robot trying to get out of the way. Red Alliance, robots moving into scoring position to put something on the backdrop. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance picking up some pixels from the human supply hub. Chucklehead robot appears to be stuck. Let's see if they can figure out what's going on and get on the move there. Red Alliance 41, Blue Alliance 17. There we go. There's the Chuckleheads on the move. They're going to try to spin around and get 2 on that backdrop. Red Alliance 33, Blue Alliance 17. Let's see if we can get both teams scoring back-to-back on that backdrop. Some of those bonus points, if they can build that mosaic on that backdrop up above one of those horizontal lines, they can get bonus points. So that's why you see a lot of these robots not only going for a 3-point score with a pixel on the backdrop, but once they stack those pixels higher and they cross one of those horizontal lines, they get more bonus points. So you're going to see robots that are trying to get fast and efficient carrying pixels to the backdrops. All right, 46 to 20 in favor of the Red Alliance. We're in the final 30 seconds. Blue Alliance launches a drone. I can't quite tell if that does. It's a scoring element. That's going to be in the number 2 section. That's a big score. Red Alliance drops a drone too, also in the 3rd scoring zone. That's 10 points. 1 Blue Alliance robot doing the pull-up. Another Red Alliance robot trying to get there. Let's see, he's got 7 seconds to get in the air. They're trying to get into position, and there they go. Their robot's up. All right, wow, fantastic endgame scoring. 2 drone scores. Blue Alliance scoring a 20-pointer, Red Alliance scoring a 10. That's going to make it much closer. Right now, the Red Alliance, slight advantage, 82 to 60. Let's see if there's any penalties that were assessed. That's going to be close. All right, over on field number 1, round 23. Here we go. Epic Expedition and the Wired Pitchforks on the Red Alliance up against Husky Robotics and the Pro Tractors. All right, both Red Alliance robots on the move. We got 1 Blue Alliance team on the move during the autonomous phase. And we got an eagle eye ref making sure that we're not getting any penalty points over there. All right, we're clearing the field over on field number 2. That'll be for our final match over on field number 2 of the morning session. Meanwhile, in field number 1, the Red Alliance comes through with 60 points during autonomous, according to our live scoring apparatus. And now we are in the driver controlled period. Blue Alliance has got their work cut out for them. But as we've seen, that end game opportunity with those drones can tilt the final score in a 30-second window. So let's keep our eyes peeled, see what's going on. A lot of robots moving around. We're not seeing a lot of pixels moving, but here we go. Blue Alliance trying to get some in position. We got a robot trying to get those pixels pushed into position. It almost feels like they got a bad wheel. They keep kind of going just to the right. Red Alliance, however, Blue Alliance has dropped a drone on field number 1. So that's going to be more difficult for that Blue Alliance to come back when they have a drone on the field. They won't be able to score that drone in the end game. Red Alliance spits out a pixel in the middle of the field. They're trying to go collect those. These pixels are tricky to carry, folks. They're not very thick. So, you know, this is not the easiest thing for these robots to collect. This has been one of the challenges for these young engineers. Here we go. Red Alliance got a double drop opportunity here. Let's see if they get 2 scored on that backdrop. Blue Alliance, meanwhile, trying to get any points off the board here. They're still at 0 points for the match so far. 90 points for the Red Alliance. Strongly going to get likely to a 100-point opportunity here for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still trying to get on the board. All right, we're in the final 30 seconds. Red Alliance launches a drone, falls short. And Blue Alliance looking to park for points. Looks like that's what they're going to do to get some points on the match. Red Alliance, meanwhile, trying to get over that 100-point threshold. Let's see if they can get their robot in the push-up. Red Alliance launches a drone. Oh, my gosh. Bounces backwards into the 30-point zone. Huge score for the Red Alliance. And we got one Red Alliance robot doing a pull-up. I believe they were in the air during the hang, so we're good to go. 24619, team 24619. Please come up to the scorers table. We've got some of your wares over here, so please come on back, 24619. Look for Coach McCluskey with the big red card, you know, in the air. There you go. It's your team marker. There we go. You got it. 22 final score coming on screen for you guys. And our bulldozer reveals the Red Alliance, the big win, 82-62. That was going to be close. The end game, 40 points for the blue. Made an effort to make that comeback. Couldn't quite get there. So, fantastic job, Red Alliance. And we got a final for qualification round 23. And Red Alliance also wins qualification round 23, a final of 143-31. That is a fantastic effort. 65 points in autonomous, 28 driver control, and 50 in the end game. 30 points for that drone land. Fantastic. All right, our final qualification round of the morning bank is underway. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 robots on the move. We love to see it when all 4 are moving. That's fantastic. And just so you know, the Red Alliance is the Robo Wranglers and Infinitech up against the Shadowbots and Flower Mound Firewall. And we've got a close one here. 25 points for each team during autonomous at this point. So we're all knotted up at 25.
Drivers,
And we're going to do our
pick up
driver
your
control
controls.
section in 5 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds of driver control, and then another 30 seconds of end game. Blue Alliance quickly striking with a couple of points on pixel scoring. Red Alliance pushed a couple in, so it's going to be close, 28-27. I feel this is a pretty evenly matched final round. Blue Alliance coming to try to put some on the backdrop, get those 3-point scores, and they do. 31-27 now, and their Blue Alliance partner also right in queue to come drop and stack some more pixels on the backdrop. Red Alliance, meanwhile, pushing a few more into place. 37-31 in favor of the Blue Alliance. These teams are going to have to be cognizant of not only penalties, but that end game opportunity. If they've got a strong end game, they're going to want to be in position to make sure they get those end game points. 37 to 31 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance coming to score some more pixels on their backdrop. Red Alliance trying to collect some pixels so they can come back and score, and they're on the way. Boom, they just pushed a couple into position. 2 more points. Blue Alliance trying to get some on that backdrop, and they get one for 40. 40 to 33, a 7-point difference right now. Blue Alliance trying to stretch it out. Now they got a 10-point lead, 43 to 33, as we got 6 seconds left in the driver-controlled section before we hit endgame. There we go. There's the whistle for the endgame. You know, you can still score pixels just like you did during the driver-controlled section, but you have the added elements of the drone strike, and the Blue Alliance lands one for some bonus points out in, I believe, the 20-point landing zone. Let's see if the Red Alliance gets any drones over the wall into the scoring zone. It appears that they are looking to launch one. Oh, boy, it was a floater. I can't quite tell. Looks like by the reaction of the team, it just landed out of the zone. But they're giving them a 10-point. They're touching the line. All you have to do is touch the line, and you are in. So the Red Alliance does land as a drone for 10 points. Blue Alliance also appears to have one robot that did do the pull-up. Again, it fell over. Not sure if they were hanging at the whistle there, but that's a fantastic end to the morning session. Once again, folks, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you for your support. If you'd like to buy a slice of pizza or a whole pie, we've got pizzas for sale. So if you guys are hungry on your way out the door, swing by the snack stand. We got some whole pies for sale, $15, and you can walk with a pie, feed the team in the van on the way home. Fantastic way to end a great morning here at the X-League here at the Marcus Robotics Institute. Thank you once again. Please clean up your pit area. Make sure in the pit area you're wearing your safety glasses. Make sure you got your glasses on. If you don't have your glasses on, call your teammates out. It's not mean if they're not doing it. Just call them out. Let's go. Wear those safety glasses. We don't want to see penalties happen to you guys at other events. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being part of the X-League. Hopefully we can see you volunteering and at some of our sponsored events coming up very, very soon. All right, we got a final for our final match of the morning session. And that close match, the Blue Alliance does hold on and extend their lead with some extra penalty points, 118 to 42. Love to see a triple-digit score end the morning session. So Blue Alliance comes through 118 to 42 to round out our 24th match of the day. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meet. We do need you guys to kind of exfil expeditiously. We got teams waiting to come in. So if you can get cleaned up and packed up and moved out the door, we've got a whole nother set of teams coming in for the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Just give me a bit to cycle.
Snack bar. I don't know what you mean.
Ron's scheduling again, so we got some.
Snack bar. All right, guys. Coach McCluskey's got something for you right in the middle. I don't know. I don't know his sign language yet.
I don't think anybody does.
You're going fast.
Hmm?
You're going so fast.
I was pushing our field. I wanted our field that whenever that match buzzer sounded, we were ready to go.
Yes, and it worked so well.
So
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. As we got teams moving in, please keep your pit area clean, and you may have some teams coming in. All our pits are assigned, so we're going to give you guys a few minutes to kind of wrap up and scoot out of here. Pay attention to the website for your league rank this afternoon, as it will change when the afternoon teams come in and start to compete. So congratulations to Morning Bank, and we look forward to seeing you guys at the next meet. Thank you so much.
ship. Warning, life support failure on all decks. Abandon ship.
For our early arriving teams, welcome to the Roboplex. Thanks for being here. We do have 7 whole pizzas for sale over at concessions, but only 7. So if you guys want to snag a whole pie for your pit table, head on over there and talk to the team about picking up a whole Domino's pizza for $15. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here early for the afternoon session of the X-League. Couple things. We've got a beautiful arena here. We've got some yellow jacket tape on each side of the bleachers. Please, those are areas for mobile activity, so do not congregate or stand in those areas. We also have pizza for sale over at our concession stand, so we've got 6, maybe 7 pizzas left. So if you guys look at your teammates and y'all look hungry, then head on over there. Those are first come, first serve. So whole pies for you for sale over at concessions, along with other goodies. And the new addition of ice cream. So Santa brought us a freezer this season, and now we've got ice cream to offer you guys at these meets. So welcome. Get checked in. Make sure you're going to your assigned pit table. It is not first come, first serve. It is by assignment, so make sure you're in the right spot. We will be running these events back to back, and we'll have some more updates for you momentarily. As with all meets, it starts with getting your inspections done, and we would love to start getting you guys not only checked in, but inspected. So we've got one of our fabulous referees over here raising her hand for your tech inspections and then field inspections adjacent. So sooner we can get that done, the sooner we can get going. We want to make sure that we run this meet on schedule. So please, if you're ready, come on over for tech inspection. We'll get that started for you. Thank you.
Test. Can you guys hear me? Everyone in the back, can you hear me? Anyone? Testing. Hello. Mic check.
Number 1.
I can hear step. Testing. Can anybody hear me out there? And it's getting feedback. Hello. Testing. Hello. Hello. Testing. Can you hear me? Up a little bit more. Everyone in the back, teams in the back, can you hear me? If you can hear me in the back of the room, please raise your hand. Fantastic. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Marcus Robotics Institute and the Roboplex. Pleasure to have you here for the afternoon session of the X-League. As you guys are getting set up in your pits, it is critical that you are all wearing safety glasses. So, if you look at your teammates or your coaches, or coaches looking at your team, make sure you're wearing your safety glasses. This is kind of a requirement for the pits. So, put on your safety glasses, please. If you don't have safety glasses, they can be had from our concession stand by the roll-up door. So put on your safety glasses. If you are looking at your teammate or your coach across the table and they're not wearing them, just politely remind them to put them on. Only takes a second, but vision lasts forever if you take care of your eyes. So get those safety glasses on, guys. Thank you so much. As we progress through the season here at Marcus and the X-League, we are progressing towards regional and state championships. I've been checking a few things. As the season moves along, you can be yellow carded or red carded for failure to wear your safety glasses in the pits, which may result in the inability for your team to win awards and also possibly receive penalties during competition play. So make it a habit putting on those safety glasses, not only here, but so that you don't encounter those penalties down the road. Once again, our snack bar is open. Love to have you guys get fueled up on some refreshing beverages. A couple of pizzas are left for sale, as well as an assortment of candy and our latest edition, ice cream. I know it might not be ice cream season, but it's warm enough in here. We got a fan running, so feel free to head on over there, inquire with our crack staff over at concessions to refill, refuel, get hydrated for an afternoon of robotic mayhem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. Welcome to the Marcus Robotics Institute Roboplex. Happy to have you here. We do have a couple teams, 3 teams left to check in. We've got 6 teams due for your tech inspection. So if you haven't done your inspection, please get queued up over here to the right of that entrance door to get that tech inspection done. We cannot randomize for qualifications until everyone's here and been inspected. So if you are one of those 6 teams, please try to get in to tech inspection the next few minutes. We only got 1 team in queue, so come on over. Let's get going. Our deadline to complete your technical inspections is 1:40 with a 2 o'clock start for qualification rounds. So please make way to your inspection so we can keep the afternoon session of League 3, or Meet 3 of X-League on time. For those of you in the pits, make sure you are wearing your safety glasses. That is a requirement. It's not a suggestion, so please try to make sure you're wearing those safety glasses. We also have side covers and safety glasses available at the concession stand, so if you need to get a set, get a set. I have been advised by some of our illustrious first staff who are here supporting us that at regionals and other meets, you can be assessed a yellow card for your team if you're not wearing safety glasses in the pits. So let's just practice good behavior, because I'd hate to hear anybody from the X-League being penalized down the road for failure to wear safety glasses. It's a pretty simple activity, and we like to run a safe ship here. So please wear your safety glasses. We've got a handful of pizzas for sale over at concession. So if your team wants a pizza, head on over there. I think they're $10 a pie. So fantastic opportunity to get a little food in your belly before competition starts at 2 o'clock. Parents, grandparents, supporters, coaches, and team members, if you've got family and friends who couldn't be here today, you can get a hold of them. Tell them to go to YouTube and check out Roboplex Competitions. Search for Roboplex Competitions, or you can scan a couple of the QR codes you see around the facility, and they can tune into the live stream of the event today. Also, if you want to do research after the fact, watch your competition, watch your competitors, learn some things, you can go back and watch any of the meets from the Roboplex on our YouTube channel, Roboplex Competitions. I'd like to take a minute to thank our sponsors. We have a long list of people who support First in Technologies and also support us here at the Roboplex. First in Show sponsor Qualcomm. They are a big sponsor of the national program. And FTC Center Stage is presented by RTX, again, a national sponsor for First Inspires and the First Tech Challenge. We do have a long list of people who support us here at the Marcus Robotics Institute. First, I'd like to direct your attention to the large windows at the top of the building. They are fantastic for letting light in, and sometimes that light blinds our robots. So we want to do a big thank you to Gotcha Covered, a local company providing shade solutions. So we've got some remote Wi-Fi remote-enabled shades. And as the afternoon wears on and that sun is shifting, you'll probably see us shut some of those shades of this building. So I want to thank Gotcha Covered. Also want to thank Integer Telecom, Fidelity Investments, Louisville Independent School Districts, Barclay Elevator Inspection, Shriji International, the Redburn family. I'd like to thank Eva, the virtual reality arena up the road, Austin Hope, the United Collision Center, KMES Customs Home, Avatar Healthcare, Michelle Wood Photography, and Dupree Designs. We couldn't put on as a fabulous event without our sponsors, so thank you very much. We'll be looking for sponsors again moving into next season. So please, if you are part of the X-League, help us out, send some sponsors that you might know our way so we can keep this facility top notch. We are blessed to be here. This facility is the only dedicated robo facility and roboplex in North Texas. All the other venues usually are set up in a gym or an activity center, which requires the fields to be picked up, taken down, and then put back up. So we are blessed to have this permanent facility here. So we'd like to thank LISD for that, as well as our sponsors for making it what it is today. It's been quite a journey. This is year 3 of the facility, of the program here. If you could have seen it 2 years ago, you'd be very impressed with the additions and changes made to serve the robot community here in North Texas. So if you are interested in helping us out on a sponsorship level, please let any of our staff know at the concession stand, or any of the volunteer people who have a big sticker or button on that's pink in color that says First in Show Volunteer. Speaking of the First in Show Volunteer, we are always seeking volunteers to help run these events. These events are entirely driven by volunteers. We would love to get your help. We have referees, we've got judges, we've got people to help with concessions, we've got people to help with the queuing. So there's a lot of human capital that's required to run these events, and we do appreciate you volunteering to help us out. It's a great opportunity to be a little more involved with your child or your community by volunteering. Still looking for 4 teams to be inspected, 2 to check in. So we're waiting for Bear Creek. If Bear Creek is here, or the Blazing Bots, please report over to concessions to get checked in so we know you are here. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Roboplex. We got 20 minutes to complete those tech inspections and field inspections. So we are looking for 4 teams to complete those inspections. Blazing Bots, the Marcus Minions, Sacred Hearts, Cyber Tigers, and Bear Creek. Those are our 4 teams in need of getting their inspections done. Please report to the tech inspection desk. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. Welcome to the Marcus Robotics Institute Roboplex. Pleasure to have you here for the afternoon session of Meet 3 of the X-League. As we get prepped to go, we've got 3 teams still in the midst of being inspected. We've got 2 teams yet to check in. Time is getting short for those 2 teams, so if we have Bear Creek or Blazing Bots in the building, please check in over at the concession stand, and please report for your tech inspection very quickly. Our plan is to get underway at 2 o'clock with qualifying rounds. We'll have a driver's meeting coming up in probably about 15 minutes or so, maybe 20. So make sure you guys are all ready to go as we prep for the afternoon of League Meet 3 of the X-League here in North Texas. Concession stand is open. We do have a screaming deal on some pizzas over there. If you're interested in getting a whole pie, swing on by and see how you can negotiate with our team over there on getting yourself a Domino's pizza. Also, Santa brought us a freezer, so we've got ice cream available if you guys want to divulge and have a little bit more cold, sweet stuff this afternoon. All the money we generate from the snack stand does 100% support the teams here and supports the building that you are able to compete in today. We've got a bunch of sponsors who've helped enhance our building over the past year, and we're going to need sponsors again next year. So if your business, your company, or your contacts and your social media profile could help us out, let us know. We would love to be able to expand our thanks to sponsors and grow that list and make this facility even better for next season. If you see anybody with a pink button on or a pink sticker that says First and Show Volunteer, you can ask them about any kind of opportunities to help with our sponsorships and also how you yourself can volunteer to get that button on your own jacket or shirt next time. We do run these events 100% with volunteers, so we've got a lot of parents who put in a lot of time, and grandparents and spouses and wives and grandmas and grandpas. So we'd love to see you volunteer. It's very fulfilling, fills your soul, and it's worth a couple Saturdays of your year. So get a hold of one of us, learn how to volunteer, and next time maybe you're a referee here at the Roboplex. Once again, we have got a couple teams left to get inspected. Please wrap up those inspections in the next few minutes. We need you checked in for those and within 10 minutes so we can get underway at 2 o'clock. Drivers, be prepared for a driver's meeting shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our check-in time for inspections is just ended, so it may be that we are 2 teams short this afternoon. We'll see if we see any teams running in here in the next couple of minutes, but we maybe is a 14-team deal. So here we go. We are going to get ready for the next phase, and that'll be the drivers' meeting here coming up. So get your drivers, get your teams out here for that drivers' meeting in the next few minutes, where our head referee will have that prep meeting for you guys. Again, we do have a snack stand in the back. If you're interested in getting any snacks before the action starts, head on over there, pick up a snack, get a slice of pizza or a whole pie for that matter, and ice cream. So here we go. Drivers meeting coming up.
Okay. Ooh, loud. First of all, welcome. Wow, this is extremely loud. Okay, so we have a lot of help with the refereeing department today. Um, Most importantly, I want to introduce you to Erica. She'll say something here in a minute. She's the regional head ref, which is the head ref for the head refs. Um, yeah, she's not the only one here today. We've got another head ref in Michael. We've got Lon Junior, Lon Senior. We've got Patrick. We've got a lot of people here that know a lot of rules. So, I said Patrick. So with that being said, my goal and our goal is to ref fairly and consistently and correctly. We want this to go smoothly so that we can get the correct scores for you guys and let you guys see what your hard work has given to you. So we're going to do our very, very best to give you the very, very best refereeing we can. So with that being said, I am the head ref, but the head ref of the head refs, Erica, will also be helping us. So we'll be on separate fields just to make it a little bit more efficient. So if you do have a scoring question, you can come to the ref's box, or excuse me, the question box, and say, I was on this field or that field. This side will be mine, this side will be hers. We can both help you in any capacity, but if we're the field that we're reffing, we're probably going to be better at answering the questions on. Now, I do things a little differently than most. If you have a question about a penalty at your field, ask me right there at the field. Because if you wait 3 games later, I may or may not remember that. So if you have a question about a penalty, you're unsure of the penalty, say something right here. This is still available to you by all means. But if you're unsure about a penalty, please bring something up right there. I'd rather say, hey, let me pull the ref over that called the penalty. Let's talk about it together so we all understand it. Because ultimately, we need to learn from our mistakes as well as understand the scoring. So now, a couple of things we need to talk about. The queuing area for field 2, the queuing area for field 1, the opposite side. Field 1, field 2. So we are going to be running in an efficient fashion today, so make sure you guys are queuing properly. Make sure you're ready to go. As soon as that field clears off, we're going to start putting more people on the field, get the randomization done as they're still going. We're not going to rush you in any way. We're just going to be as efficient as possible. Some of the main penalties we're seeing, human players. First of all, don't come over here without safety glasses. You guys know you're supposed to be wearing safety glasses back here, over there, and over here. This is my area, so I don't want to see you guys without safety glasses. That is the first thing I'll be looking for. Safety, safety, safety. So wear your safety glasses. That'll be the first thing I look for, the very first thing. So that's a warning right there, right? Now, human players, we're further on in the meets now than we were the first couple times we did this. So it would be unfair to you to not call the penalties as we see them, right? So human player cannot reach in to the wing with a robot in there. Robot shouldn't be driving into the wing with a human player reaching in there. So, and that includes tipping over. That includes team pointing. This is the wall. Don't reach past that wall unless you're the human player and there's no robot on the wing. That's a hugely important one, and that's probably the one we'll get you a lot on today. And I'm not looking to give warnings there. That is a safety deal because there's a robot in there. Your hand shouldn't be in there. We are far enough into this season where we shouldn't be doing that. Now, it will happen. Big deal. Move on. But you will be called for it. Yes. Which brings me up to the next one, which is, I always say it's kind of a weird rule, but it's a rule, and we play by the rules. Those white stacks right there, you can knock them over. No problem. If you move the entire stack off the tape, that is a penalty. If it's a stack of 5, then you can only control 2 at a time, so that's going to be a penalty, 3 penalties in 1 shot. So let me repeat that. You can knock them over, no problem. If you push the stack over without it falling over, you're controlling 5 pixels. You can't control 5 pixels. So, like I said, we're playing by the rules. The rules, weird or not, that's how we do it. Rather knock them over. Hurting. Now, if you do knock them over, now you have pixels everywhere. If you do intake 3 pixels, if you spit it out immediately, not a problem. If you're driving through a huge stack of pixels, you collect more than 2, you can't do that. But if you shove it off immediately, not a problem, right? So if you do intake 3, you grab 3, shuff them immediately. If you go score something with that extra pixel on there, that's definitely going to be a problem. If you take it across the field, that's also going to be a problem. So be careful about controlling more than 2 pixels. What's another good one? So steer around random pixels. Human player, you can put up to 2 at a time. Then you back all the way out and put 2 more in. We saw a couple this morning where they drop them down, remove their hand, go right back to it again, penalty. Once it's set, it's set. Can't put more than 2. You can't have more than 6 total in there. You can't drive, the blue team can't drive in the red wing. In driver control, that's an immediate major, and vice versa. If it happens during autonomous, if it's quick and inadvertent, you probably won't get called for that. But if your robot's way over there in autonomous, you're asking for trouble, because if you interfere with that team at all on that side of the field, it's going to be a major penalty. So you're probably better off on your own side of the field. But if you do have to drive through there quick and inconsequential, it's probably not going to cost you anything. But you probably will get a warning because it's dangerous play. With that, I will invite Erica up to say what she wants to say.
I'm not used to microphones. Hi, I'm Erica. Hi. So I have the luxury, well, it's not really luxury, but I really like doing it. So I have traveled across all of North Texas and tried to visit as many meets as I possibly can. And with this comes seeing a lot of penalties. Some of the most common penalties that have been addressed is the human player in the wing. It's every season there's human player wing or substation, whatever it is, issues. Something else is that it was mentioned, but it's really important that as a drive team, this is your space. We as referees can't come into this space. You also can't leave this space. We have had a student come all the way outside to look at something and immediately scurry back. That's not allowed. It gives you a tactical advantage. It's your box. You can do the Macarena. You can do whatever you want inside this box, as long as you stay in the box. Easy? Yeah, crickets. We love that. Something else that's really important is if your outtake kind of launches your pixels, be really advised that you are not propelling them. What is propel? It moves independently of the robot. There's G10, which is inconsequential / inadvertent. We can apply this to some instances, but if you are in the backstage or you are up against the backdrop and you launch / propel a pixel and you score it, there is a consequence to that. So please be advised for any propelling. I've been talking too much today. Be advised for any propelling penalties. Does that make sense? Cool. If you hear us yell, Blue Alliance, blocking, Blue Alliance, human player, we're not doing it to be mean. We just need you to know that something is going on. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns about the penalty, just like Brandon said, ask us in the moment so we can get it answered for you. Cool?
Let me end on one more note. I like to talk about it because it's the theme of these events, gracious professionalism. We don't be mean to one another. We help one another. We help each other grow in the sciences of robots. So I promise you, gracious professionalism will take you far in life. So we learn it here. We help one another. We don't be mean to each other. We support one another. We cheer each other on. So let's have fun. Gotta get a loud voice.
I'm not used to talking quietly.
Yeah.
Very used to
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Coach McCluskey's got the schedule in his hands. Go ahead, get on up, get your phones out, snap a picture of the qualifying schedule. We do run the qualifying events side by side, so we've got two functional competitive rings. Field number 1 is on your left, field number 2 is on your right. And as we move through, the action is nonstop. For those of you at home, you can watch all of these competitions on our live stream on YouTube. Search for Roboplex Competitions. So if you are in the audience or your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle couldn't be here to watch, go ahead, give them a ring, send them a text, tell them to go on YouTube and search for Roboplex Competitions, and they can watch the action live. The other thing, of course, you can do as a team is subscribe and watch past events so you can find out what's working, what's not working for robots, and also critique your own performance. Before we get started in the action, a couple of items we need to cover. As you go around each end of the bleachers, you're going to see yellow jacket tape on the ground. On each end of the bleachers, those are areas for transition. Those are not areas to hang out, stand, chat, talk, watch. Please take advantage of the bleachers to sit down and watch the competition, or you can stand behind the bleachers. Just don't congregate or stand on either end of the bleachers where that yellow jacket tape is below your feet. Also, wear your safety glasses in the pits. It's not really a suggestion, it's more of a requirement for FIRST Technology, so make sure you are wearing your safety glasses down the road. That could become a penalty that you and your team do not want to encounter. So, qualification round number 1 coming up on field 1. It's going to be between, oops, I don't have it. The Red Alliance will be the Mechanical Maharajas coupled with the Marcus Minions on the Red Alliance up against Loading and the Hebron Robotics team making up the Blue Alliance on field number 2. So as you can see, we got 2 competitive fields. Field number 2 will be getting set up to compete as well. That will be on the Red Alliance, the Callisburg RoboCats and the Flower Mound High School Jaguar 6 team up against Tier 1 and the Pro Pythons, which make up the Blue Alliance. Our referees will bounce from field to field, so as field 1 is getting reset, they're actually having a live event on field number 2, and then we go just back and forth to kind of have a all-action day here at the Roboplex. So for our friends at home, there's not a lot of lag time between events, and I might get winded trying to keep up sometimes, so bear with me. If you're new to First Technologies, each match has several phases. The first 30 seconds is the autonomous phase. I'll kind of touch upon different elements of that as the day goes on. The middle phase is the driver control phase, where humans are controlling the robots. And then the final 30 seconds is what's called the end game. And there are some additional elements that can be scored during that point in time. This is another driver controlled section, but with some additional ways to score big points and lead your alliance to victory. You will hear me refer to alliances all day. So as you can see, there are 4 robots on the field, and they make up a red or blue alliance. Each team on that alliance has 3 members, a driver who drives the robot, a gunner who might operate the arm or the grabber or intake device to collect the pixels on the ground, and a human coach who effectively is there to talk about strategy, see what needs to be done, where they can find points, what might lead them to victory in the heat of the moment. And the 4th member is 1 human player from the alliance that will be on the opposite side of the field, introducing more of those pixels, which are the little hexagonal discs, onto the field. Please make sure all team members do not have more than those team members adjacent to the field. We want your driver, your gunner, your coach, and 1 human player from the alliance. At competition level, you'll need to wear your buttons that indicate you are one of those, so that's where you'll be. Another thing you will see if you're watching the broadcast right now is props. The game this year is called Center Stage, so it is theatrical themed. We have a backstage, which is the area below those slanted boards at the back, and then the boards themselves are called the backdrop. Pixels can be located inside the backstage to score points, or up on those sliding backdrops to score more points. Pixels in the backstage area score 1 point. If they are placed on the backdrop, they are 3 points, and there are bonus points to be had if they build a mosaic on those backdrops. The middle section, where you've got the colorful tubular horizontal pieces, is the truss section, and the middle of it's called the stage door. That door actually swings one direction, so some robots who are taller will open that door and it'll pop up and they'll slide through. So keep an eye on that. There's other things the truss will come into play with during the game, and especially the end game. Another technical component of the field itself is you will see in strategic areas around there what looks like QR codes, or possibly for some of us a Rorschach test of some degree, but they're actually called April tags, and our sensors read those. One thing we want to do, guys, make sure you've got those walking lanes clear on the sides of the bleachers. If you look down and see black and yellow tape and you are in the middle of it, make sure you get out of it. Also, we do have human cuers running to the pits to make sure you guys are ready to go for your next match. If we can have at least 1 member from every team remain in the pit area, your pits are assigned to you, so we know where you're supposed to be. That'll make queuing much better for us all. So once again, as I mentioned, if you are new to the sport and you're trying to keep up, there's a lot of elements going on. So we'll start with that autonomous phase. As you can see, we've got some unique pieces on the floor of the arena right now. You'll see what looks kind of like a blue hourglass and a pink cube. Those are called props. So teams are allowed to use props instead of that white pixel disc, and those actually provide for bonus points for teams that opt to use those. Again, the sensors inside the robots have to see those and react to those depending on where they're placed. Our players are getting final direction from our referees as we get ready to go. When the teams give the big thumbs up to our head officials, we randomize, which is that big swing in the air, and we randomize where those props and pixels are to start. And for qualification round number 1, it's going to be on the right-hand side. So this means that the robots have to read with their sensors where that is and then drop a pixel on that spike mark to score bonus points during the autonomous phase. It also indicates they need to drop pixels on the right-hand side of the backdrop to get bonus points during the autonomous phase. Oh, just got to reposition a little robot here at the beginning. All right. And we're underway. We got the 3, 2, 1 countdown. All 4 robots on the move. The blue robots had a collision with each other. That might get them off mark, but let's see. It's going to be pretty close. I don't know if that's quite going to get that first one on the spike mark, but the robot is reading that April tag for the Blue Alliance to go drop it on the right location. And I think we've got a little clap from that group, so I think they indeed did score that bonus point. We do try to keep scoring live, so as you're watching at home, you're going to see the scores fluctuate
Drivers,
and tally
pick up your controllers.
as the match is going on.
3,
And so
2,
right now we're looking
1.
at 10 to 11. Fantastic start to this first qualifying round in the afternoon. I think we saw a score of 80 from one alliance in the autonomous phase, the morning session. So the autonomous phase can be a huge point getter if you've got your robot tuned in to do all that autonomous work. And all 4 robots traversing the arena here. You're going to see a lot of robots that are pushing pixels. So we got one robot just push 2 yellows into position. Those score 1 point each. Now his partner robot's going to pick those up and put them on the backdrop because it goes from 1 to 3. So that's a fantastic way to kind of partner up. So we've seen the combination of a robot that can push pixels quickly and not worry about picking them up, put them in the backdrop for backstage area for 1 point, and then the partner bot might be very adept at placing them on the backdrop to elevate from 1 to 3. 22 to 17 in favor of the Blue Alliance, and that's exactly what that routine is doing right there. Blue Alliance just lost a drone. One of their robots bumped into another one, and his drone broke loose, so he will not have the opportunity to score that drone during the end game that we'll talk about later. Red Alliance trying to keep pace. They are now down 26 to 17, but let's see what happens if they start putting some pixels onto that backdrop. Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance, as you will notice, their human player is on the opposite side of the field. So a lot of these teams have developed some kind of shorthand, sign language communication so they can help their teammate decide what color pixels they want. Oh no, the other Blue Alliance drone has broken loose. So those drones are now used in the final 30 seconds of the end game, which is what we're at right now, to launch over the wall in towards the stands. Those drones, if they land within those rectangular zones, get big bonus points. So we've got 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and 2 robots get in the air for the pull-up bonus points. So that's another big thing at the end. The truss, as I was talking about, has several functions in this year's game, and that is one of them. These robots can do a little pull-up and get bonus points during the end game as long as they're in the air when the final bell rings. Fantastic first match, very close, 48 to 55 preliminary scoring. Let's see what happens with the end game comes in, or if there's any penalties assessed during the match. Qualification round number 2, we're going to have on the Red Alliance the Callisburg RoboCats and the Flower Mound High School Jaguar 6 team up against Tier 1 and the Pro Pythons. Got a couple of top 10 league ranked teams, and when you look at the scoring, you're going to see the LR number. That's the league rank. We are in league meet number 3. So you're going to see those numbers become more and more static as the season goes on, because they've been earning those ranks for the first 2 meets. And they are underway. We got 2 robots for sure operating in autonomous, 1 on each alliance. So let's see how they all fare as far as scoring. Kind of big points reported right now as the Blue Alliance did get it on the right spike mark, it appears, and that's a big point getter for these alliance members, as well as dropping it on the backdrop.
Drivers,
So
pick up your
48 to
controllers.
30, that's a big autonomous score
3,
across the board
2,
for both
1.
alliances. Fantastic start. All right, human control, driver control section coming up, and they are all on the move, it looks like. Yep, we got 4 robots all moving. One thing you are going to see is sometimes these robots bump into that backdrop, and they might accidentally shake their own pixels off of that backdrop, which can cost them points. So these robot and drivers got to be careful when they're putting their robots close to that board, make sure they don't bump into it and deduct points from their score. Blue Alliance just scores a couple on their backdrop. Red Alliance is on the move, trying to keep pace. 54 to 37 is our live score right now. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, both traversing back and forth to get pixels. Red Alliance going for those white pixels. They're just free to be had right there in the middle of the arena. Haven't seen a lot of teams figure out how to use those to their advantage. Blue Alliance picking up a pixel that was spilled off of the backdrop to try to put it back into position. Red Alliance patiently waiting for bot number 1 to get out of the way so the second bot can get in there and try to score. In this case, they went ahead and dropped it in the backstage area to get it. Blue Alliance fumbles their pixel once again, trying to get it into position for a score. Their intake device appears to be shooting it past their pixel holder. We are now in the final 30 seconds. We're at the end game. There it is again. Another pixel kind of launches out of that Blue Alliance number. Red Alliance, bam! Drone strike. Lands in the central zone for 20 points. Blue Alliance also fires. Don't know if that stayed in the landing zone. For the drones to score, they need to travel over the top of the truss, clear the wall of the arena, and then land in one of those zones. The closest zone to the arena is 30 points, middle zone is 20, and the distal zone is 10. All you have to do is touch the line for the closer zone to get the big points. So end game scoring is big time. We have got a final for qualification round number 1. Our final score for round 1. The Blue Alliance does hold on for the victory there, 60 to 49. That was a close match. Fantastic effort, both teams. That was exciting to watch. And now they'll clear that for qualification round number 3 being set up. Round 3 is going to be the Detectives with Syntech on the Red Alliance up against Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers and Forged in Iron. Meanwhile, over on field number 2, qualification round 2 is wrapped up. And we're getting some clarification from our head ref on a few things. We may have some penalty assessments to be discussed there. That's one thing we want to touch on is what we call gracious professionalism here. Everybody here is very positive as far as what we go. You'll notice that our penalties aren't even deductions from your score. They just add to your opponent's score. And there's a question box out in front of the arena. So if a player on any alliance has a question about what happened, why they were scored a certain way, they stand on that question mark and wait for officials to come and inquire what their question might be. We did have a couple of questions in round number 1 that did lead to some scoring adjustments. And we're going to randomize for round number 3. It is the right-hand side. So as you can see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 props out there that are personalized. That means the Red Alliance has a slight advantage to maybe get some extra bonus points as long as they can drop pixels on those spike marks and or score pixels on the backdrop. So let's see if they can take advantage of that opportunity. All right, we are getting our teams all prepped, ready to go. And we're going to start. 3, 2, 1, underway. Here we go. We got 1, 2, 3 robots active during the autonomous phase. Blue Alliance looks like they've dropped on the spike mark, and they are going to drop on the backdrop. They've got a very unusual pixel dispenser, but it looks very, very effective. It's angled toward match the angle of the back wall. Red Alliance looks like they may have a collision there, so that may have
Drivers,
inhibited some of
pick up
their
your
scoring
controllers.
opportunity there.
3,
It looks like they may have
2,
missed the
1.
spike mark, got the central mark instead of the right mark. Driver control section underway. Both Red Alliance robots on the move. Blue Alliance robots also on the move. We've got one robot that appears to be more of a push, as he pushed 2 pixels into the scoring position, and then he's going to work his way back. That robot is tall enough that it has to go back through the taller access area of the truss, as it is going to have to work its way through there. That is one of the challenges of this game this year, is that truss area does restrict how tall your robot can be if you want to travel back through certain sections of it, as the side sections have a little more clearance in the middle. Whoa, there's a robot that just went ahead and went through and almost knocked itself over going through that stage door section. Right now, Blue Alliance is commanding lead after their autonomous score 58-4 at the moment. Let's see what happens, though. As we just witnessed in the previous round, landing that drone in the end game portion can definitely make some amazing differences to your final score. We can see the hometown Chucklehead bot trying to break something loose. Looks like its arm might be a little janky there trying to get going, but it's on the move. Blue Alliance, that robot with that really slick delivery system, is going to drop another pixel or 2 on the board. Robots are allowed to carry 2 pixels at a time, but only 2. If you're carrying more than 2, that will be a penalty. And as you can see, that blue robot just pushed 2 yellows into position. And we're in the end game. Blue robot lands a drone for 20 points. Red had one skying up there. Thought it had a chance to clear and land, but it just kept on going. We got two reds trying to get the pull-up section in. Let's see if we get them both up there. There's one. Second drone, 30-point score for the Blue Alliance. They are going to pull away in the end game with 2 drones scoring. That's a total of 50 points on those, plus they got parked. The Blue Alliance, fantastic effort on this qualifying round. Yep, we got a final for qualification round number 2. Let's put that on screen for you guys. The big reveal, the Red Alliance comes through. Qualification round number 2, 139-89. Fantastic score on both ends. Anytime you're close to triple digits is fantastic, and to have 2 in triple digits, we'll see that fairly rarely today, but it might happen a few times. As we get set up for qualification round number 4, excuse me, over on field number 2, we've got TC Bot partnered with Hebron Robotics for the Red Alliance, and on the Blue Alliance, it's Mainframe and the Pro Pythons. TC Bot, league rank of 8 coming in, so we'll see if that Red Alliance and TC Bot can maintain a top 10 position. Randomization for qualification round number 4 is going to be the right-hand side. Both Blue Alliance robots have props. I can see one for the red, maybe just the one. So Blue Alliance does have a slight advantage to get some extra bonus points on the autonomous phase. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, my field resetters are cleaning up field number 1. And we've got a final for qualification round number 3. Blue Alliance does hold on to win on that one. 134 to 35. Fantastic score. 60 points in the end game. That was massive. And 50 during autonomous. So just the first 30 seconds, 50 points, and the last 30 seconds, another 60. So the lion's share of their points scored on either end of the match. We're underway over here in qualification round 4 already. And we've got the Blue Alliance trailing red 20 to 50, but Blue Alliance still may get some points for parking here. Let's see what happens. It's going to be real close. It might be 50-50. It is. They knotted it up 50-50 during the autonomous phase of
2, 1.
the match. So we love to see that. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4 robots, all active, all on the move. These are the times when I'm watching for those pitfalls, when that paper drone gets knocked out of a robot's launcher, inhibiting that opportunity for them to score those big points in the end. And as we've seen, 60 points already scored in the end game today or this afternoon. Red Alliance goes and drops them on the backdrop. Looks like it may have dropped down and hit the floor. They're picking it back up to go put it back up there to go from 1 to 3 points. 57 to 56 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Our human players are introducing those pixels for their teammates. Looks like the Blue Alliance pushing 2. Oh, there it is. Blue Alliance just lost his drone, but they're going to drop 2 pixels on the backdrop. We also have a Red Alliance drone that appears to have been knocked loose. So we are even Steven as far as drone capability left for the in-game as it appears. Blue Alliance up 73-60 as we've got 30 seconds left before endgame kicks in. We've got one blue robot appears to be kind of stuck. Maybe it's out of commission. Something's happening there. Gives the Red Alliance an opportunity to get going here. 60 to 76 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Let's see if the Red Alliance can get a couple big scores done and during endgame maybe pick it up. Oh, Red Alliance has dropped 2 pixels on the back end of that robot. And now we are at endgame. 30 seconds left. Let's see what happens. One Blue Alliance member just getting into position, getting ready for the pull-up to get those points. Red Alliance, we should have one. Maybe we got one drone left. Maybe not. I can't quite tell. But they got 2 robots that might be able to do the pull-up and get some extra points to get this a little bit closer. 96-72 in favor of blue. 4 seconds left. And we get one robot. Oh, I think they just did it. Just got off the ground in the last second. Fantastic. It's going to make this one a little bit closer. 97 to 96 preliminary scoring. Let's see what happens at the end, if there's any penalties involved. See how that final tilts out. Qualification round number 5. Coming up over here in field number 1. Red Alliance made up of Syntech and the Mechanical Maharajas up against the Marcus Detectives and the Marcus Minions. So those are 2 teams that are housed right here in this building. I don't know if home field advantage really comes into play. Since we put up those shades to block the light, we kind of eliminated any home field advantage. But let's see if our hometown crowd can will these guys to victory. It's going to be a tall order. Syntech's looking pretty strong, ranked 9th right now for the day. Looks like the Minions are trying to get something fixed here real quick. They got a short window of time to make sure whatever is ailing that robot is repaired before we get going. Gotta love those hats, those yellow Minion hats. Those are beautiful. All right. Cleaning up, we just got clearance to clear field number 2. Should get a score here in just a moment for qualification round number 4. And our refs will come over to field number 1 to get that done. And there it is. We got a final for qualification round number 4. Red Alliance does hold on. It was that pull-up at the end that gave them probably that victory, and they also did get 10 penalty points. So 107 to 95, very close match. It goes to the Red Alliance in qualification round number 4. Endgame is big for this year's event. If you can get that drone and get that to be consistent, that's going to be a big thing that we're going to see at regionals and state. All right, as I mentioned earlier, these robots are allowed to carry 2 pixels at a time. They're also allowed to preload 2 pixels. So before the match starts, they're allowed to place 2 pixels either in their bot or within reach of their bot so that they can try to have a autonomous scoring machine here, and that's what we're shooting for. As you can see, we've got 1, 2, 3 props that are personalized, 2 on the blue alliance and 1 on the red. So again, here's an alliance that does have a slight advantage because they've got 2 personalized props versus the 1 on the red side. All right, we got some questions from the blue alliance as we get prepped to go. It's a water break. Water break for the refs. Perfect timing. Once again, we want to thank you for tuning in. If you're watching us on YouTube at Roboplex Competitions, and if you're here in person, thank you for being here. We appreciate you making the trip out to Flower Mound to bring your teams and your parents and your support to this competition and to the X-League. It's fantastic having you. Once again, if you want snacks, we've got refreshments and snacks over at our snack stand by that roll-up door. And the added benefit of ice cream from this event forward. So take advantage of what we have to offer. All of our sales go directly to support our teams and the facility that we are in today. We've randomized for qualification round number 5. It's going to be the left-hand side of the spike mark. As you can see, there are 3 spike marks. There's 1 on each side, right and left, and 1 in the center. These robots have to read those with their sensors and then perform those tasks autonomously for the first 30 seconds. You will notice no humans are controlling the robots beyond hitting a go button just to initialize. All right, see, there we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 robots on the move. Fantastic to see. Red Alliance going to drop 1, 2 on the spike mark. We got clapping hands. That makes us happy that they've accomplished that goal. We've got a Blue Alliance robot that looks like they got a spike mark, and 1 robot, trying to come through the center stage, and its hook got hung up. That's the detective's bot. They got 1 wheel spinning. They're trying to burn a hole through the floor of this thing. There we go.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And now it's time for the driver control section.
2,
20 to
1.
13s are scoring for the autonomous phase. Again, that is live scoring. Those are not final scores. There might be adjustments to that as referees go through and tally things now and in the future. All right, all the robots are on the move. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance. You've got a human player that's on the opposite side of the field. They're able to introduce 2 pixels at a time to the playing field. As you can see, both Blue Alliance and Red Alliance collecting pixels from the opposite corners from where their backstage areas are. There's the detectives dropping off a yellow one, pushing it into position, and they're on their way back over to get some more. Blue Alliance coming to score some on their backdrop. 21 to 20 the score right now in favor of the Blue Alliance. I'm worried about that 1 bot. Looks like it's got a wire kind of hanging loose. That could prove to be problematic. Looks like it's its intake section. Red Alliance now bringing some more pixels to their area. Blue Alliance also trying to drop some off. Detectives got one, trying to drop one off there. There they go. They got it in the backstage area as they traverse back through. 15 seconds left before we hit the end game section. Another Blue Alliance push bot into the backstage area. 24-22 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Red Alliance, whoa, kind of flung one. We got one pixel kind of went flying around, stayed in the arena. I believe if you have a pixel exit the arena from your bot, it may become a penalty. End game, Blue Alliance does fire a winning drone for 10 points. That's fantastic. And we've got, Blue Alliance trying to do the double pull-up, and Red Alliance gets one. That's 1, 2, 3 bots in the air. Big points for both Alliance members. The Blue Alliance did get a drone scored for 10 bonus points. That might be the difference. Wow, fantastic finish. That was a very tight match up until endgame, and I do think the Blue Alliance kind of took a little time to dominate that last section, which will probably put them into a winning position. So I'm a little biased here, but way to go, Minions and Detectives. Fantastic work. Great job. Great job, Red Alliance, as well. Tight match. We'll see if there's any penalties assessed and get you a final score here in just a moment. Meanwhile, direct your attention to field number 2 as we've got qualification round number 6 ready to go, and we've already randomized for the center section of that. For this match, the Red Alliance is Loading and Callisburg, Robocats, Blue Alliance, Jaguar 6 and Mainframe, and they are underway. We've got one Red Alliance, one Blue Alliance robot on the move. Looks like maybe 2 Red Alliance robots moved during autonomous, but there we go. Blue Alliance scores on the backdrop and the spike mark. Big score for the Blue Alliance, and they park. 30 points. All right,
Drivers,
getting ready
pick up your
for the
controllers.
driver-controlled section. Red
3,
Alliance looking at 0 points
2,
through the autonomous
1.
phase. They got a little bit of a hurdle to overcome, but let's go. Let's see what happens as we just witnessed Endgame can score a lot of points. Blue Alliance continuing to try to push as they drop more onto the backdrop. Red Alliance, both robots looking to push some pixels to the backstage area. Maybe pick some up and get them on the backstage or backdrop. There we go. Red Alliance putting them on the backdrop. Yes. Want some water? All right, here we go. Continuing on. Both Red Alliance robots getting ready into scoring position. Oh no, Red Alliance just lost a drone. We lost a drone on the Red Alliance there. Good thing it's just made out of paper. Blue Alliance teams on the move, and they've got a lead, 44-14 at the moment. See how long they can hold on to that. Endgame can be big. I think Red Alliance does have 1 drone left, so if they're able to fire a drone and get a 30-point score, could be a big difference. Blue Alliance pushing some more into position. And the Blue Alliance partner picking up those pixels to add them to the backdrop. As you can see at home, as the backdrop fills up, there are some horizontal white lines on those backdrops. If they can build a mosaic that gets built to those lines or above, there are bonus points to be had. So as the season moves on, we get to regional and state competitions, you're going to see robots that rapidly stack pixels on those backdrops to build those mosaics to get those bonus points. Oh no, looks like the other Red Alliance did try to launch its drone and it fell short. Blue Alliance drone launches and scores. Couldn't quite see where it landed, but we do have a scoring opportunity for the Blue Alliance, and trying to get another Alliance bot doing a hang-up. Both red bots got the pull-up. 1 Blue Alliance did. That'll help the Red Alliance get some points, but it's not going to be enough to overcome the blue unless there's a slew of penalties assessed. Fantastic effort. Right now, we've got another triple-digit score in the Blue Alliance of 101. Let's see if that sticks. Fantastic effort, both sides of the spectrum on that one. We got a final for qualification round number 5. And the Blue Alliance does come through and hold on for the big win. That is the Detectives and the Minions from your very own Marcus Robotics Institute here in Roboplex. 50 points in the end game. Fantastic score there. Awesome performance during the end game and the autonomous. It's been a theme all day from the morning session that we're seeing a lot of big scores on autonomous and end game. The driver controlled section seems to be kind of the middle part of that hamburger, and we got thick buns here at the Roboplex today.
Final 6.
And we got a final for qualification round number 6. That was quick. We're on it fast here today. Let's see if we stayed in the triple digits for the Blue Alliance. They did win, as predicted, 101 to 56. So they did indeed stay in that 100 triple-digit range and did win. You know, I think we had maybe 2 sessions in the morning where we had 2 teams in the 100. So if you scored 100, pretty much you were going to win in the morning session. I anticipate that to be the common theme here, with a rare occasion of two teams in the triple digits. At one point we did have a tie this morning, but then it was reviewed and discovered it wasn't a tie. But it was still exciting to announce a tie, even if it was short-lived.
Match 6.
All right, back on field number 1. We've got teams ready to go. This is round 7. Red Alliance is made up of Forged in Iron and Tier 1. The Blue Alliance is TC Bot and the Sacred Heart Cybercats. And we are underway. We've got 2 red robots on the move. As you can see, they may have collaborated on timing so that their robots wouldn't collide with each other. That's one thing that you've got to work on with your alliance partners, is to find out how fast your robot moves so that you don't have them collide. Oh, darn it, that Red Alliance was trying to score on the backdrop. Didn't quite get it. But big score during autonomous with both of them there. It's 45 points to 5.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
As we had one blue
3,
robot get parked
2,
into position.
1.
Okay, if you are in qualification round number 8, if you are loading the Marcus Detectives, Hebron Robotics, or Callisburg, please report to field number 2 immediately. You are behind. And if we can get our queuers out there to make sure that we've got all the next 2 or 3 matches all queued up, please, let's do that. So we're looking for those teams to get out there right away. All right, back to the action over here on field number 1. We've got the Blue Alliance at 13 points, the Red Alliance at 38 for the moment. I got a robot kind of stuck in that truss work. That's one of the tricks that we have to run into with this sport. If you build too tall and you've got to navigate through there, that's what that robot's encountering right there. His arm's a little too tall to travel through part of it, so you've got to navigate kind of through that truss in a unique manner. Red Alliance going to pick up 2 from their human player across the way. That's the other thing. Your human player is on the opposite side of the arena, so having them get direction on what they need to do to drop pixels is difficult sometimes to communicate. Blue Alliance pushing a couple into position. They are definitely pushing points, get a couple here and there. Red Alliance looking to score more on the backboard, or the backdrop, excuse me. Build that mosaic. 59, 62 to 15. We got less than 30 seconds to go. We are in the end game. This is where those drones fly. So if you're in the front row, watch out. You might have some airplanes headed your way. Oh, Red Alliance just drops one just short of the wall. And a quick note, that truss, I don't know if I mentioned it in this afternoon session, for those drones to actually score, they have to fly over the truss, over the wall of the arena, and then land in that landing zone just in front of the feet of our spectators in the first row. But you do have to clear that truss and the wall. So you have to launch that drone from the opposite side of the arena from the landing zone. So we are asking these youngsters to get some airplanes that fly a distance before they land. Preliminary scoring is going to be 90-20 in favor of the Red Alliance. We'll see what our final results will be. All right, qualification round number 8. Over on field number 2, we've got on the Red Alliance Loading and the Marcus Detectives up against Hebron Robotics Team and the Callisburg RoboCats. All right, we are moving quickly through the matches here today. That's one thing that we are trying to perfect here at the Roboplex is an efficient afternoon for you guys, so it is all action all the time. Nothing like dead time and dead space while you're at home trying to watch, or even here in the stands. All right, we're randomizing for qualification round number 8. It's going to be the left side. Once again, those props, if you have them, give you bonus points versus those white pixels. As you can see, our Red Alliance team, one of them has the white pixel out there. And that is not going to give them those extra bonus points if they accomplish some of those autonomous tasks. Usually it's a good indicator if there is a prop that that team does have an autonomous capable robot. A lot of times when I interview teams, I'll ask them if they have an autonomous and how many points they anticipate scoring during it, what they've practiced doing it. But again, as we talked about, communicating with your alliance partner to see what their autonomous is. You may put a 5-second delay on yours so that you allow your partner to deliver their items and get parked before your robot goes and does it. I am going to guarantee we're going to see some more robots have collisions during autonomous before the day is through.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
20 points to 0.
3,
Blue
2,
in favor of the
1.
red. Red Alliance has now got some uphill battle to get going. And here, we're underway. Here we go. The detectives quickly moving it to the backstage to drop a couple pixels to get some points going. Looks like they may have one fall off the board as they got 4 points. I've seen the combination of some bots that are push bots. They'll push pixels towards the backstage, and then their partner bot, if they have an effective grabber and ability to place on the backstage area or backdrop area, they can then pick up the slack and get those bonus points. Pixels scored on the backdrop get 3 points versus laying on the floor in the backstage area only get 1. So it's a big point differential to get those pixels off the ground and onto that backdrop. Red Alliance trying to cut into the gap. It's now 12-30. They are both rapidly trying to get those pixels scored. Those bots seem to be a little smaller profile, which gives them the ability to kind of get through the truss relatively easily and then back over to the scoring backstage area. So we'll see if that strategy helps that Red Alliance cut the lead and get back into shape. Blue Alliance continuing to put pixels on the backdrop, extending their lead 36-11 as we are 15 seconds from the end game phase. It appears that all drones are still capable. Blue Alliance just had something just miss as we saw the frustration of a player raise his arms into the air. All right, here we go. End game underway. 20 seconds to go. Blue Alliance getting ready to place the final pixels on the thing, maybe do their pull-ups and launch a drone. Blue Alliance launches a drone and it flutters short of the goal. Red Alliance, loses one. We got one Red Alliance bot in the air, one Blue Alliance bot in the air, and their partners both parked. Way to go to end the match. 50-70, 52-70. If there are any penalties involved, that could sway the final in this one. Let's see what the final score is and that end-game score, if there's any bonus points, that's going to do that. And we've got a final for qualification round number 7. As we move these pixels out of the way, the Red Alliance does come through with a win. 170-30. Wow, big points. We got 40 penalty points there, but as mentioned, if you get into the triple digits, you're likely a winner in most scenarios. These guys were well into the 100 points before the penalties were assessed, but that put them near 200. We have not had a 200-point score or more for the day from the morning session or the afternoon. If we hit that, that would be a tremendous score. So fantastic effort. The autonomous phase, 55 points. 50 in the driver control section is a monster driver-controlled number, and then 25 in the end game. So fantastic effort, Red Alliance, on round 7. And we got a final for qualification round 8. That was quick. It's going to be a lot tighter. Let's see. The Blue Alliance does hold on. That was going to be close. 69 to 52. End game 25 for each squad. So really the big difference was that autonomous. The Blue Alliance did have 20 autonomous points, while the Red Alliance didn't get any points. So again, you know, the importance of autonomous is proving itself to be big time. All right, qualification round coming up on field number 1. I think we're looking at qualification round number 9. Red Alliance made up of the Flower Mound High School Jaguars 6 team, partnered with TC Bot on the Red Alliance out of the Colony. Blue Alliance made up of the Sacred Heart Cybercats out of Munster, Texas, and their partner, the Mechanical Maharajas out of Flower Mound and McCamey Middle School. Final instructions for these teams, getting the big thumbs up that they are ready to go. As you can see on the scoreboard, folks, you've got a couple scores on the right-hand side next to these teams. You're going to have in white with black lettering a rank, and that is for the afternoon session only of where they sit. Below that's their league rank. That's how they sit after today's meets and also the previous 2 they've been involved with. So that league rank is going to be what really kind of kicks in for seeding and kind of their final ranking within the league itself. All right, final instructions from our referee, making sure these players are ready to go.
Match 10, you need to get on the field.
All right, if you are in Q10, Forge and Iron, Mainframe, Tier 1, or the Marcus Minions, you are needing to queue for match number 10. If you're match 11, please get ready. Pro Pythons, TC Bot, Syntech, and Loading. That's on field number 1. We do run these meets fast, guys, so make sure you are paying attention and you are ready to go. All right? We are running these matches faster than we have in the last 2 years, so we're really kind of
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
bringing our A game, and we need you to bring your A game and just be ready to go. All right? All right, here we are, underway. Field number 1. We've got both Red Alliance robots on the move as we get cooking here. Blue Alliance also moving with 9-0 right now in favor of the Blue Alliance, and they are just dropping more pixels into the backstage area. Their partners picking them up, dropping them onto the backdrop. Look at that. They got a couple that have fluttered around the back side of the backdrop, which is kind of annoying. All right. Red Alliance trying to keep pace, putting some more back on the backdrop, and one push bot dropping them into the backstage area. So they found a combination of what works for them. One pusher, one placer. Let's go. And their human player dropping those pixels into that corner so they can kind of quickly grab them and get moving. Keep in mind, these robots can only handle 2 pixels at a time. If they handle more than 2, it will be a penalty. Navigating through the truss is always difficult if your robot can't just travel underneath. So we've got some guys that have to kind of go in and then travel laterally through the whole thing. Blue Alliance 14, Red Alliance 10 now. It's very, very close. This is just a couple pixel difference right now. As we are 45 seconds in, we're going to be hitting the end game in 10 seconds here, guys. So let's see what happens. I always want to keep track of any drones that have been lost. Oh, a couple of things. It looks like the Red Alliance may have bumped into their backdrop and knocked a few on the ground. So they need to pick a few up to get some quick points. There we go. Blue drone short. just fell short. Did clear the truss, but didn't have enough gas to get over the wall. Let's see if anybody's going to do a pull-up here. We got some bots looking to just park in the right locations. We've got one Red Alliance bot trying to go do the pull-up. That's going to be a big point difference if he can get up there. Oh, 5 seconds to go, trying to get lifted. Oh, no, his hooks aren't doubled up. No, I don't think he got off that last tire off the ground. 14 to 28 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We'll see if there's any penalties on that round to make a difference in the scoring. Meanwhile, over on field number 2, we've got the Minions getting ready to let their partner Tier 1. And Mainframe and Forge and Iron on the Red Alliance also doing a few little final prep things as they load those pixels into place. If you are in Q10, Q11, or Q12, please make sure you're queuing up. If you're the next group on field number 2, there is a large wooden table along the side. You can go ahead and queue up right there. So if you are in Q12, if you are Mainframe, Tier 1, Mechanical Mirage, or the Detectives, please start queuing up on that table on the right side of the building as you're facing the booth. All right, we've cleared Field 1. We'll get a final for you guys in just a moment. Looks like Tier 1's working on a few things. You know, we're patient to give guys a little time to get things going, but... And we got a final for qualification round number 9. And the big reveal tells us the Blue Alliance comes through 28 to 14. 8 points during autonomous. Bit of a difference, but they also had 10 points in the end game, so that kind of put them over the top. All right, looks like we've got the Tier 1 guys ready to go. Minions partnered up, ready to go. We're getting prepped over here on field number 2. Field number 1 also getting prepped to go. We will play on field number 2 first. All righty. Oh, we got a question. So this is our first question of the afternoon. If you're watching at home, you'll see we've got a tile out between the 2 fields with a question mark on it. And if a teammate or a team has a question for the refs, they stand on that box and patiently wait to be heard. That's part of the gracious professionalism aspect of First Inspires. And they will get a ruling, you know. All right, we're randomizing over on field number 2. And we've got the right-hand side. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 props on this one. So that's a good indicator that we should have a good autonomous activity all the way around. So let's see what was in store for us. Tier 1 usually fields a fantastic team. The Minions have already got a couple wins in today, I believe. And we're underway. There we go, the Tier 1 and the Minions both on the move. We've got one Red Alliance bot on the move. The other one might be delayed, giving their partner a chance. All right, Tier 1 scores on the spike mark, scores on the backdrop, it appears. Minion robot just got out of the way. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance looks like they are moving into a parking position. They still got time to get her in there. Perfectly done. They'll get some more points there.
Drivers, pick up your
Advantage, though,
controllers.
goes to the Blue Alliance.
3, 2, 1.
As they've got a 53 to 13 kind of head start here as we go into the driver control section. We got a little bit of mayhem as this year's format because the robots have to cross the opposite corner from their scoring point to go get pixels. So we've kind of designed an opportunity for robots to kind of have to cross paths with each other this year's game. Oh no, Tier 1 just dropped one outside the arena. That might be a penalty, dropping pixels outside the arena. Meanwhile, they're going to retrieve another one. The minions bringing a pixel over to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance putting some on the backdrop right now to cut into that lead. 56 to 22 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Red Alliance going to pick up some more pixels. They've got several white pixels on the ground ready to be picked up. Blue Alliance, human player, getting ready to introduce some more pixels for their alliance. One thing we haven't seen a lot of in the morning or this afternoon is teams utilizing the stack of pixels along that back wall. As you can see, there are 6 stacks of 5 pixels over there. Part, I think, the reason is these robots are only allowed to handle 2 pixels at any one time. And so if you were to handle all 5 of those or try to maybe just select 2, it could be difficult and wrought with penalties if you accidentally were to collect more. Blue Alliance extending their lead 71 to 28 as they're dropping more on to the backdrop. They got 8 pixels back there now. If you're watching at home, you're going to see those little tally marks pop up next to those icons. Each of those kind of represent different areas where teams are scoring, whether it's the backdrop or the backstage. Blue Alliance does launch a drone, and Red Alliance launches a drone. Red Alliance scoring a 30-pointer. It's on the line. Blue Alliance does have one in the 20. And we've got both blue robots, I think, off the ground for points, and one Red Alliance robot off the ground. Fantastic effort. We might be witnessing the first triple of the afternoon as the preliminary scoring has the Blue Alliance at 157 with the Red Alliance at 93. Fantastic. All right, we're over on field number 1. We're going. Center location for the randomization on field number 1. Oh, waiting for our head ref to come over. We are just one volunteer away from running these things simultaneously. We got a final? Oh, round 11 coming up. It's going to be the Red Alliance for Pro Pythons and TC Bot up against Syntech and Loading. If you are in qualification round number 12, if you're mainframe Tier 1, you got another match coming up really quick. I know Tier 1's on the... Oh, no, you guys are already out there. Round 13, Minions, Cyber Tigers, RoboCats, or Pro Pythons. You guys are coming up. All right, we're underway over here on field number 1. Qualification round number 11. This is the Pro Pythons, TC Bot, Syntech, and Loading. Autonomous, we've got one red robot trying to score. Let's see how they come through. They missed the spike mark just by a little bit. Looks like they're going to go park, though, and get some points for that. They're working their way over. Uh-oh, may have stalled out. Part of the autonomous features is your robot's got to make function. Sometimes it slips. Doesn't get
Drivers,
to where it wants
pick
to
up
go.
your controllers.
So
3,
it doesn't look like we
2,
appear to have any scoring
1.
during autonomous at the moment. But now we're underway. Blue Alliance and Red Alliance, both teams ready to go. Red Alliance robot seems to have one of them seems to be kind of DOA. Let's see if you can get restarted and reset and get going. They're trying to get going here. The Pro Pythons robot appears that it's just not functional. It gives the Blue Alliance a real opportunity, or we see TC Bot really pick up the slack and kind of come through. So let's see if the TC Bot can really get out there and score some points and keep the Red Alliance in it. It's only 4-0 right now. Oh, Pro Python's back to life. Here we go. Momentary delay getting going, but now they can get going. Blue Alliance moving pixels into the backstage area for some points. I did see a flag get flown. Might have some penalty points out there. Pro Python still having trouble getting going. TC Bot also seems to have a little trouble getting up to the scoring area. Blue Alliance going to grab some more pixels. and start moving some push bot into the. Ooh. You're only allowed to handle 2 at a time, so we got to be careful. As we got Syntec looking like they're pushing a few more than 2. Sometimes hard to avoid that when you got a pile of pixels out in front of you. So we do have one blue drone that's broken loose out there, so that blue drone won't be an opportunity to score for the Blue Alliance in the end game. Syntec, I like how they. Well, Red Alliance fires one drone just short. They were trying to get there. Let's see. Red Alliance might be able to go. It's 9-10. Very close. Let's see if this end game, the Red Alliance can come through. Blue, oh, just fell short with that drone. Oh, no, our first tumble. We have a robot over on its side. But he rights himself. Fantastic. And they're going to try to get a pull-up done before the final bell. Let's see. They've got 2 hooks. I got to get both of them on there. Oh, couldn't do it. Blue Alliance, end game, got one robot way up there for a big pull-up. Making the Marines proud on that one. And now we're over on field number 1. We've got some activity, some teams kind of getting prepped here. I know we've got some compressed qualification rounds. We've got some teams back-to-back in some cases, so they've got a few minutes to kind of get there. We got a final for qualification round 10. Again, this is going to be a big score. We might have 2 triple digits. Let's see if the Red Alliance got up into the triples. 157-93. 93 is a very respectable score. End game score, 65 for the red and 70 for the blue. Look at all the scoring in that end game portion. That's those drones flying out there doing those pull-ups. Fantastic effort all around. 93-57. That's to 157 is fantastic. Big score on autonomous for the blue. Strong driver control, and both alliances dominating in the end game. Fantastic. Way to go. All right, qualification round number 12. We've got mainframe and tier 1 making up the Red Alliance up against the mechanical Maharajas and the detectives making up the Blue Alliance. All right, final touches for Red Alliance over there as they're wrapping up a few things. On field number 1, they're just going to now let those teams clear those bots. We'll get that field reset. And we got a final coming out for you. We'll bring up that pyramid of pixels and knock them down and see what it reveals. The Blue Alliance does hold on with a win, 52-39. But look at 30 penalty points went to the Red Alliance. So the Blue Alliance nearly gave it away. So I think they had moved too many pixels at once. Or I think also I saw them that they actually had a intake device that's kind of like a sweeper. And then they kind of shot some pixels across the floor to scoring position. So you got to make sure you know what the rules are. And that's what these meets are for, so that when you do go to the regional and state championships, you are 100% ready to go with scoring bots and penalty-free. So let's kind of talk about that end game section for a moment. There are ways to score the end game. You can park your robot inside a red parking zone to get bonus points. You can launch that drone. That drone has to clear the truss and the far wall of the arena and land within some of those landing zones in front of the bleachers. The closest zone to the arena is 30 points. The middle zone is 20, and the distal zone from the arena is 10. If you are touching the line, you do get credit for the higher scoring zone. All right, over on field number 2, we've randomized. It's going to be the left side of the field, or left side of the spike mark. We got the 3 spike marks there. We're using terminology you would hear in the theater business with marks, backstage, backdrop, truss, things like that. And we are underway, field number 2. We've got 2 robots, 3 robots on the move. We'll see if the 4th robot gets any action there. Oh, Blue Alliance just dropped a pixel on the side. That's unfortunate. Red Alliance has got a couple scoring opportunities, but their robots are impacting each other. So unfortunately, that's going to inhibit some scoring because I don't know if they're going to get into the parking zone there. But both Red
Drivers,
Alliance
pick up your controllers.
robots were moving. They got some
3,
spike mark
2,
points, so they do have an
1.
advantage going into the driver controlled section. Blue Alliance behind 62-17 as we start this phase. So let's see what's going on. Looks like we've got a Blue Alliance trying to get over to the opposite side and collect some things, collect some pixels. And you're going to see hand signals from these human players who are introducing pixels to the arena to their teammates because they're too far away to talk to them. Looks like the detectives are trying to collect a couple pixels there, having a hard time getting them. Red Alliance, meanwhile, also having a hard time getting those pixels scored off of the floor into the backdrop. But now we got both of them ready to go and get those 3-point scores as they work their way to build those mosaics on that backdrop. Blue Alliance robots kind of competing with each other to get these pixels. The detectives are knocking over one of those 5 stacks to see if they can go collect some of those. Not a bad strategy if they can get it. Meanwhile, their partners over there trying to score a double on the backdrop. 68-18 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Blue Alliance still trying to get some momentum. Detectives still stuck up on that wall trying to get some pixels going and swept into their machine. Oh, they just booted one out. Red Alliance, meanwhile, extending their lead, 77-22. We're 5 seconds from endgame. Endgame is going to be big this time. If the Blue Alliance wants to make a comeback, we're going to have to see some drones landing in the zone for them and maybe some big pull-up action here to get them going. 20 seconds left, and we got a penalty flag waving up there, so we may see some penalty points that might be beneficial for our alliance. Red Alliance, boom, scores 2 drones. 2 drones. Red Alliance is going to be dominating the scores on this one. We've got a 20 and a 30, it appears. I don't see any blue drones scored. Red Alliance also has a pull-up done. Fantastic effort. That's a massive score for the Red Alliance. Plus, I think there's some penalty points that might be coming their way. That'll be a fun score to announce here in a minute from qualification round number 12. Meanwhile, qualification round number 13 coming up in field number 1. We've got the Marcus Minions and the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers on the Red Alliance up against Callisburg Robocats and the Pro Pythons making up the Blue Alliance. Marcus Minions, league rank 16, 8th for the day. Callisburg, league rank number 4 on the Blue Alliance. So they're the team to knock off right now. They're the big dogs out there with the 4th ranked team in the league. All right, we're back to the action in field number 1. And we've randomized. We're on the right-hand side of that spike mark, and we are underway. All right, let's see. The Minions robots on the move. Kicked out a pixel. I don't know if it made the spike mark. It's going to be close. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance has one robot just kind of spinning its wheels over in a corner, and the other one that is just maybe, I'm not sure, parked for some points. So not a lot of points here for the autonomous in this round. It's all going to come down to the next section here, the driver controlled area. See
Drivers,
who wants to take
pick up your
charge of
controllers.
this qualifying
Two,
match.
1.
All right, here we go. Let's see who's going to strike first. We got both alliances dropping some. Well, no, looks like the Red Alliance just short of dropping it in the backstage. There we go. There's the Minions dropped a couple in there for some points. Blue Alliance got some on the backdrop, though. It looks like 7-0 at the moment. But I do know the Red Alliance, I can see it from here, has got some scored in the backdrop. Just haven't been reported yet. Our live scoring is near time, but not real time. Oh, no, Red Alliance just lost a drone, as we've got one of their partners trying to navigate through the truss. Their back side's a little too tall. All right, if you are hungry, head on over to that snack stand. They will be closing here in probably about an hour, so make sure you go get some snacks and refreshment from the snack stand. And we also lowered the shades, so there's a big deal, folks. Look up, see those shades closed, keeping the integrity clean for these robots and their sensors. That's a big addition to our Roboplex this year, is those shades. We're excited to have those. Thank you to Gotcha Covered for being our shade sponsor here at the Roboplex. All right, back to the action, 16-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance dropped a few more into the backstage area. It appears that we are going for backstage scoring only with these Red Alliance partners. 7-16. We're now in the final 30 seconds for endgame. Let's see if we get any drones fired and scored. That could be a big difference. Red Alliance, boom, scores. Blue Alliance also scores, keeping it even at 10 points per alliance. We've got one Red Alliance robot preparing to do the pull-up. Both Blue Alliance robots preparing. We got 2 Blue Alliance floating, 1 Red Alliance, and 1 Red Alliance parked. It's probably not going to be enough for the Red Alliance to take charge unless there are some penalty points awarded. But fantastic effort. Great finish. As we said, the end game is big this year at center with the center stage game here at First Technologies.
Final 12.
And we've got a final for qualification round 12. And the Red Alliance comes through, holds on, actually doesn't hold on, dominating victory, 213 points to 27. That is by far the highest score of the day. 50 points, however, were penalty points awarded. So anytime you get 200 is huge, but 50 of those were penalty points. But fantastic score. That's the high score for sure. That moves both those teams into the top 5 in the league for the moment. So that's quite an alliance in that match.
Final 13.
And we got a final for qualification round 13. That was quick. I think the Blue's going to hold on here, but let's see what's revealed. They do. Blue Alliance does win 73-42, 50 endgame points for the Blue Alliance there. So, and they had a strong driver-controlled section at 23 points. Fantastic effort all around, but Blue Alliance does come through with the win. Qualification round number 14, Red Alliance is Forged in Iron and Syntech up against the Hebron Robotics team and Flower Mound High School FTC Jaguars 6. Randomization was on the right-hand side. We've got 2 robots on the move to start, 1 for each alliance. And it looks like we bought spike mark winners for both. Let's see if any of them can score on the backdrop. Fantastic. 45 points for each alliance with 1 robot each scoring. If their partner robot could have been on the move, that would have been another big bonus for scoring. That's why you got to find alliance partners that do a solid
3,
autonomous
2, 1.
cohabitate with yours. All right, we are underway here as the Blue Alliance and Red Alliance were knotted up after the autonomous phase. Let's see who starts dominating here in the driver-controlled section. A lot of robots moving around. Let's see who can get points on the backdrop. We got 2 robots going for it right now. Red Alliance does get 1 on there. Blue Alliance right behind them, also dropping 1 on the backdrop, it appears. Picking it up another. Let's see how their partner robots come in. And the Red Alliance coming to drop their partner bot on the backdrop, build that mosaic, building their lead 62 to 53. Blue Alliance has got to start picking up the pace to get some more on that backdrop to keep up. They have one that appears to have slipped off and fallen into the backstage area. So let's see if they can get that picked up and re-scored. Meanwhile, Red Alliance continues bringing pixels over to their backdrop. Blue Alliance trying to keep up 55 to 62. Doing a great job. Blue Alliance partner bot just delivering pixels for their partner to pick up and put on the backdrop. We did see a penalty flag fly. That'll have impact on the final. This is a close match at 65 to 57. So a 10-point penalty be all the difference if it swings the one direction. Blue Alliance does have a drone that broke loose, so they're going to have one less opportunity in the end game. I don't see the Red Alliance having any drones shaken loose quite yet, so let's see what happens. We are in the end game phase here. Let's see if we see any drones take flight and score any big points. There's one red, scores. Red Alliance does get a drone into the 10-point category score. Blue Alliance has 1 on the ground, and they are not going for any pull-ups. They're just going to park. Red Alliance also going to get a pull-up hopefully here, and they do. They got 1 robot in the air scoring points there. That might be enough for the Red Alliance to just snatch this victory because of that pull-up and that scoring drone. We'll come back, give you that final in just a moment. Qualification round number 15. We've got on the Red Alliance the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers and Tier 1 up against Marcus Minions and Loading, making up the Blue Alliance. Tier 1 is ranked 1 for the afternoon, and they're ranked number 2 for the league up to this point. So watching them kind of madly load their drones and pixels has been cause for concern, but obviously only from the booth as they are performing very, very well. The Blue Alliance of Marcus Minions and Loading trying to get into the top half of the league. Let's see if that motivation to be in the top half comes through and gives them some motivation to knock off Tier 1 and Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers.
Final 14.
Got a final for match 14. Let's see, I know it was going to be close. That end game, I think, put the red into the wind. Red does hold on indeed and takes that victory and pushed it to 120 points. 10 of those points were penalty points, but end game 35, 25 during the driver-controlled section, and 120 to 73. 73 is a strong score, but those triple digits, as we've been talking about all day, probably 95% of the time you're going to be a winner if you hit triple digits. So fantastic effort all around. Good job, Red Alliance, to win that one. All right, we're getting a thumbs up signal, hopefully from our teams here. We're reloading some drones. So one thing the robots get to do is they preload these paper drones, or many of us would call it a paper airplane, but we're calling it drones here for the first in-show center stage game. They also get to preload 2 of those pixels or pre-place 2 of those pixels so they can try to score those during the autonomous phase of the game. As you've seen, the autonomous phase and the end game appear to be the 2 largest point areas of the game so far in the X-League, but we'll see how these teams get more efficient on that driver control phase to make that a higher scoring section. As you can see, the Tier 1 human player was making a request of our referee to place that stack of pixels. That might indicate that this particular team has a plan for those white pixels, which most teams don't appear to have. So I'm interested to see how they plan to use those pixels, if at all. It's like the minions and Tier 1 wanted to swap positions, so they made a quick move. All right, that's one thing when these alliance partners are strategizing, they may find, hey, look, it's better for our bot to be on this half, your bot to be on that half. And so that's part of the strategy that goes into First Tech Challenge, is working with your alliance partner to put yourselves in the best position to score the most points. So we just had a quick swap not of Tier 1, sorry, of the Marcus Minions and the loading team as they swapped positions. We're getting the thumbs up. Minions, strong thumbs up from the Minions. We like to see that. We got the Tier 1 preview dance right there. They're getting out the good mojo. There we go. We like to see that. It's the left-hand side for the randomization. Got to get the Blue Alliance set up. All right, here we go. Each team's got one prop out there, so we know Tier 1 robot. Strong performance so far in the autonomous phase. Let's see if the minions can come through. So they've got a personalized prop. Let's see how we start this match out. All right, we are underway. We got one. Tier 1 robot obviously has been performing well. They dropped their pixel right on the spike mark. And let's see if they get their backdrop scored on the left side. Meanwhile, the minion robot appears to have dropped a pixel. I think it's touching the spike mark for points, so that's fantastic. That'll give them some points. Won't get the backdrop points, but they should get some for that spike mark as long as it's there. It's pretty close. Don't know if they got it or not. Scorekeepers will let us know.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right.
3, 2,
as expected, Tier 1 comes through the big score. Bring the autonomous phase. Blue Alliance has got a little ground to make up, but let's see how they do. They're quickly moving some pixels over to score. And there we go. Minions are just dropping them on the backstage for their partner to put up on the wall. So that's a good strategy for them to take. They're going to carry them over there, drop them, and let their partner put it up. Sometimes that's the best way to go. You find out what your partner does well, what you do well. Hopefully they mesh, and you've had conversations about getting it done that way.
Good life advice, too.
Right? Yeah, that works not only out here, but in life. That's right. My partner in the booth here, pointing out the obvious sometimes. Oh, that's one of the things that you just saw some robots kind of collide. We had a blue and a red alliance team robots just kind of bump into each other. If you're familiar with the Days of Thunder movie, Rubbin's racing. And so in this case, Rubbin is roboting. So we're going to keep on seeing that happen as these robots do have to cross each other's field to get there. Blue Alliance continuing to try to drop pixels into the backstage area. They're littered there. Red Alliance relying on the power of their autonomous phase. As they've got 50 points from that, they're up to 65. 14 points now for the Blue Alliance. Almost all their points on the ground in the backstage area. 9 in the backstage. 5 on the backdrop for the Red Alliance. So you can see that's 15 points right there. Even though it's not as many pixels, you get triple the points by putting them on that backstage area. If Blue Alliance can pick a few up, get them on the backstage, that would help. There's a drone fire. Boom! It rolls back. Red Alliance also has a drone that has scored a 30-pointer. That is huge. Let's see if the other Blue Alliance can get a drone fired. I don't know if they can. Looks like it might be loaded gotten out of their launching system. Fantastic effort, but the Red Alliance is going to come away with this unless there's some giant penalties assessed because of that 30-point drone strike. And the Blue Alliance trying to keep pace, got a 10-pointer. And I think they may have gotten a robot hanging, which will be extra points for them as well. All right, qualification round number 16 over on field number 2 on the Red Alliance. We've got Mainframe partnered up with the Marcus Detectives on the Red Alliance up against the Pro Pythons and Syntech out of Frisco. Mainframe's ranked 5th in the league right now, so that Red Alliance partner there out of McCamey Middle School looking to continue their dominance as the 5th ranked team in the league. And it's going to be a center spike mark for them from the randomization. And they're underway. All right, both Blue Alliance teams on the move, trying to get their pixels scored on that spike mark. They got 1. They've got 2. Fantastic. And now the Blue Alliance is going to park and drop one in the backstage area. So very efficient scoring for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also getting some scoring done to keep pace. Right now they got one on the back drop, which scores a little bit more. So it's knotted up, 48 to 50 after the autonomous phase.
2,
this is going to be tight.
1.
Let's see how the teams go through during the driver-controlled section. All right, there we go. Got a little collision of 2 robots there in the corner. Detectives kind of got bumped. See if they can get moving for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance now 56 to Blue 49. Blue Alliance going to score on their backdrop. Red Alliance trying to put some on their backdrop as well. Uh-oh, somebody just lost a drone out there. I don't know whose drone that was. And we've got a little congestion in the back court there. Let's see what happens. Got the detectives bot coming through the truss work, going over to try to get some pixels. Keep the red in front, 60 to 66 in favor of the Red Alliance. It's tight. It is going to come down to that end game, most likely, as we are this tight during the driver-controlled phase. Blue Alliance coming to put some back double score onto the backdrop. Let's see. Oh, one fell off. I don't know if both fell off or not. That's going to give them at least a couple points. 68 to 65 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. We did just see a penalty flag fly. I don't know what that was going to be for. Blue Alliance now 65, Red 68. It's still tight. Blue Alliance coming back to try to put 2 more on the board, see if they can't get ahead. And they have. Blue Alliance is now taking the lead, 77 to 68 over the Red Alliance. Let's see, now the detectives, they're trying to keep pace, put some on that backdrop, get some more scoring, 72 to 77. We're in the end game phase, 30 seconds left. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, oh, rejected. They launched one, but it got knocked down by the truss work. All right, let's see. Blue Alliance launches one. It's far short. Okay, let's see. 1 Red Alliance robot holding. Red Alliance, did it score? Yes, it scored. They got a drone scored out there. That's going to help that Red Alliance finish up. Both Red Alliance robots doing the pull-up. Both Blue Alliance robots doing the pull-up. That's a quad pull. That was only done once this morning. Fantastic. We may have a triple-double here. 134, 132's preliminary scoring. I did see a flag fly during the match for penalties. I believe that may be the difference. We'll have to come back when you give the final on that exciting match right there. Wow, fantastic. Final score coming up for qualification round number 15. Let's see. The Red Alliance does win that one. That was close. 110 to 49. Red Alliance, no penalties. Those penalty-free. End game, of course, big score. Autonomous, huge, huge for the Red Alliance there. They got 50 points to 5 on that. So that, just about made the difference. So huge score, autonomous score. That was tier 1 coming through for those guys. All right, round 17 coming up. That's the Red Alliance will be made up of the Kalispberg Robocats and the Mechanical Maharajas up against TC Bot and Forged in Iron. We got a couple of league heavyweights here. We got Kalispberg coming in league rank 4 on the Red Alliance and TC Bot league rank 8 on the blue. So there'll be some potential league ranking at stake here in this qualification round.
Final 16.
All right, here we go. Big final score from round 16. We're both in the 130s. Let's see if there's penalties assessed to get anybody over the top. Red Alliance does come through with the big win. 144 to 127. There were 10 points assessed for the Red, which did not make the difference, but did put them in the 144 point category. That was a fantastic tight match all the way through. Close in every category, but 20-point difference on the end game. That end game was huge for the Red Alliance. That 20-point difference was what made them win. That's what we're here. Those kind of matches right there. These are 3 minutes long. These are short matches. It's like, one round of UFC. And, we may have some exciting stuff happening next year here at the Roboplex, speaking of UFC. More to come on that. Okay. Fantastic stuff. So, qualification round number 17, we've announced already. We're going to get ready for that. Qualification round 18 coming up on field number 2 will be Flower Mound High School Jaguars 6 and the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers on the Red Alliance up against the Blue Alliance made up of the Hebron Robotics team and Mainframe out of McCamey Middle School. So we're excited to see those all line up over on field number 2. Meanwhile, over on field 1, the left-hand side is our randomized spike mark. And we've got 2 props out there, so 1 on each alliance. So again, as usual, I would anticipate those teams that do have that prop are probably going to be slightly more aggressive with their autonomous, so we'll see what happens. Interesting setup if you look on that Blue Alliance. One robot's kind of caddy wampus on there as they've got their robot kind of angled, touching the side of the arena. Curious to see how that robot goes. All right, we're underway. Autonomous, we've got 2 red robots on the move. Looks like one red robot is kind of hung up there. Don't know if that's going to get through that truss work or not. Not sure what's happening there. And the other one, may have just missed the spike mark, but it looks like it's touching. So we'll see. The expressions of these kids when they put their hands on their heads like that, you got to wonder if that is indicative of how they scored. But right now it's 10-5 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
Drivers,
So
pick up
I'm
your
guessing
controllers.
that
3,
the red just
2,
missed those scoring
1.
points. Oh, they took those points back. It's 0-10 right now. Let's see. Red Alliance has got some ground to cover. It's 20-0 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we enter the driver-controlled phase of the game. All right, here we go. Red Alliance, a little bit of a hole, but they are rapidly trying to catch up. So they're putting points on the backboard right now, the backdrop. They're scoring pixels there. Blue Alliance, both robots on the far side of the field trying to collect some pixels. They've got one robot going after the white pixels, which I think is going to be a good strategy move down the stretch, as I haven't seen a lot of people crack the code on using those white pixels. Oh, they dropped the white pixel, and it just stayed on its narrow edge and rolled out of the back stage area. That is crazy. All right, they went and knocked that back in. Blue Alliance adding points to their total, 39-15, as we move along through this qualifying round. Red Alliance trying to get some more put on that backdrop to cut into the lead. They've got 5 placed on the backdrop versus 2 for the Blue Alliance. It is cutting a little bit into the lead, but they've got a deficit to make up. 20 seconds till endgame starts. And as you know, it's anybody's game in the endgame. I always like to see if we have any drones that have fallen loose, as that is indicative of their opportunities in the end game. I don't see any drones on the floor yet, so that means good things for both alliances to expand their lead. All right, end game has started. We got one blue robot already in position doing a pull-up. It's done. Oh, no, Red Alliance just dropped a pixel. It scored for the other alliance. Blue launches the drone, scores 30 points. Red launches one, scores 20. Red Alliance still trying to score some pixels and do a pull-up. We got Red Alliance scoring and getting into the air in time, just in time. Fantastic end game. That's going to make it pretty close. Right now our live scoring has it 69 to 80. Don't recall the penalty flag flying, but I may have missed it, so you don't know. We'll come back, give you the final on that. If there are any penalties, that'll be assessed. Also, I did notice Red Alliance dropped one pixel and it rolled into the Blue Alliance backstage area, so they may have given away a point or lost a point, gave them up. That's a 2-point swing when that happens. All right, qualification round number 18 coming up. This is the Flower Mound High School FTC Jaguar 6, partnered with the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers. And we're underway. The Blue Alliance made up of Hebron Robotics and Mainframe. Both Blue Alliance robots on the move during autonomous. Both appear to score on the spike mark. That's going to be big points for them. And they looks like they're trying to get one scored on the backdrop. That could be a huge start for the Blue Alliance, as both Red Alliance teams are not operating in the autonomous mode. Yeah.
Drivers.
All right,
pick
driver
up your
control section's
controllers.
going to start. Attention
3,
teams.
2,
I know we are
1.
reaching the end of the day, and once you finish your final qualifying round and you start packing up, please take a moment to clean up your pit area. You know, we here at the Roboplex have to clean up at the end of the day after all the meets, and we are all volunteers. We all want to go home too. So if you can give us a hand, make sure your area is cleaned up. I would say that's part of your gracious professionalism, but also it's a favor to us here at the Roboplex. So thank you very much for your efforts to keep it clean. All right, back to the action. I love the sign language and hand signs we're getting from our Blue Alliance human player. Blue Alliance is dominating 79 to 6 at the moment. We'll see what happens as we approach the end game here, but we got another 40 seconds of driver controlled. Blue Alliance dropping another one on the backdrop. They got 4 on the backdrop. Red Alliance pushing 6 into the backstage area. So clearly they're just trying to move some pixels and get some stuff scored. As you can see, the point difference when you put a pixel on the backdrop is 3 points to 1 if you put it on the ground. So all that time driving back and forth, you get triple the points, 300% more production if you can put it on that backdrop. So teams really got to try to make that happen. Red Alliance, 12 pixels in the backstage area. That's fantastic. Up against 7 for the Blue Alliance, but that's 12 points to 21. So even though they got 40% more pixels in the area, they're almost 50% behind in points in that stage. We're over 100 points for the Blue Alliance at this point, and we're in the end game. And they launched a drone score. Red launches and scores. The second blue drone, it appears to score 2. This is going to be a huge score for the Blue Alliance, as we got 1 robot hanging, 1 parked, 2 drones scored. Red Alliance, great effort to get parked and a drone scored. I don't think it's going to be enough to overcome what might be a huge score for the Blue Alliance. And we got a final from round 17. As the pixels clear, Blue Alliance does come through with a big win, 111 to 89. That was close. The penalties did not make the difference, although it did make it a little bit closer, as the Red Alliance did get 10 points in penalties. Fantastic end game, 45 and 55 points combined. So that's incredible. It's 105 points. Or 100 points. Fantastic scoring, you guys. All right. Round 19 of 21. We got 3 matches left. Round 19 is going to be the Pro Pythons and Loading, making up the Red Alliance out of McCamey Middle School, up against the Mechanical Maharajas, also out of McCamey Middle School. Maybe some bragging rights on the line here, guys. And Mechanical Maharaja's partner is going to be Forged in Iron out of Flower Mound. I like this. 3 McCamey schools in there. Let's see what happens. All right, we got a final to share with you. Match number 19.
No, 18.
Oh, sorry, match number 18. All right, apologies. 19, we're still waiting to start. Blue Alliance comes through with the big win. That's going to be McCamey Middle School and, oh no, that's not 18. Mainframe and Hebron Robotics. 159 points for that Blue Alliance. Fantastic. That's going to move Mainframe up into 4th place in the league rankings, with their partner being league rank number 11. That's fantastic. 159 with no penalties assessed. That's a fantastic score. That might be the 2nd or 3rd highest of the day. That's fabulous. All right. On to qualification round 19. This is going to be the bragging rights for McCamey, as we got 3 teams from McCamey on the field. Always good to see these teams interact with the officials to make sure they're doing things right, getting their questions answered. Also, when you look at some of these bots, it's almost as if MacGyver is in the background, and we got rubber bands and duct tape and all sorts of things, just keeping them together. Or sometimes that's how they were built. Not even just to keep them together, that's just the way, the best product for what was used. And we're going to randomize here for our qualification round here on field number 1. It's going to be the right-hand side, that right spike mark. So they get to score bonus points when they drop that purple pixel onto that spike mark. If they have a prop, personal prop, and not that white pixel out there, they'll get a 10-point bonus if they accomplish that task. Then they can take their other pixel that their robot carries and drop it on the backdrop on the correct location, get more bonus points, and also park their robot. So during the autonomous phase, they got several tasks the robot can accomplish to score points. For example, the Blue Alliance just nailed their score with that pixel. They just dropped one on the backdrop. As long as it stayed in that left side, they'll get bonus points, and they parked. So you're going to see they got 45 points. It might go to 50. Yep, 50 points. So that is a perfect autonomous score for that particular robot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Now we're going to enter the
3,
driver control phase
2,
here of round
1.
19 of 21. Just a few left. All right, and they're going to go pick up that pixel that they dropped on that spike mark since it's close, and now go try to score it on that backdrop. Blue Alliance trying to continue to score on that backdrop, make more points there. As they build that pixel stack, if they can get that pixel scoring above those horizontal lines, they get more bonus points. When we get to regionals and state and worlds, you're going to see those backdrops get a lot more full, as these robots will accomplish getting pixels to that backdrop, placed without knocking them off, and get them there in volume quicker and better. Red Alliance is putting pixels on the ground. They seem to be push-botting it, and that's harder to score big points because you got to move a lot of pixels on the ground to equate what it is just one on that backdrop. Both teams do have pixels in the backstage area, which is on the ground. Blue Alliance has 2 on the backdrop. Red Alliance has got 8 in the backstage area. Blue Alliance 59, Red Alliance 31, as we are moving along here. The other thing you're going to notice is Blue Alliance, both of those robots are trying to put pixels on that backdrop. It is a sensitive thing. You bump into that thing too hard, you knock those pixels off. So all these teams have learned you got to be careful. Endgame launch. Blue Alliance scores a 30-pointer as long as that plane went over the truss. I didn't see the launch, but it appeared to be fairly low, but it may have gotten over. If it did get over the truss, it does count as a 30-point score for the Blue Alliance, which would definitely get them probably into the triple digits. Fantastic effort by the Blue Alliance there. It looks like the mechanical Maharajas are going to have the bragging rights at McCamey for the next few weeks. All right, coming up, qualification round number 20. Red Alliance will be the Syntech team out of Frisco, partnered with Hebron Robotics out of Carrollton for the Red Alliance, up against the Blue Alliance made up of Tier 1 and the Callisburg RoboCats. And that Blue Alliance is high ranked. We've got the first and fourth teams of the day, also the second and sixth teams in the league. So pressure's on that Blue Alliance to perform. Red Alliance, you got some opportunity to knock off some heavy hitters here. So let's see what you can do. Team 24293, 24293, that's going to be loading. We got your drone up here if you want it. Otherwise, you know, we're going to auction it off to the highest bidder. There we go. All right. I was going to take it home, but that's okay. All right. Round 20. What do we got? Callisburg and Tier 1. Pressure's on you guys because you guys are high ranked. Let's see. You can maintain it. And the spike mark randomization is going to be the left side for this one. And we've got personalized props all the way around. So let's see if we got some solid autonomous happening here. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. I think we're going to have 4 robots moving here during autonomous. Yep, all 4. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Blue Alliance coming through. Red Alliance got hung up coming through there, so we got one red robot that looked like it wanted to make a move but couldn't do it. Tier 1 scores for autonomous. So 45-50 to 40. It's going to be tight, so that's not the dominant performance. I mean, both teams scored very, very well. It's very dominant on both. But it leaves it wide open for either alliance to take this one. Now it's 53 to 40 in favor of the Blue Alliance as they are stacking some more onto the backdrop. Blue Alliance doing looks like a double drop of pixels at a time. Red Alliance also doing the same thing, 46 to 65 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance has got 5 pixels on that backdrop versus 2 for the red. Let's see if the Red Alliance can kind of keep pace and keep moving those pixels over there. Blue Alliance robots waiting in queue to add them to the backdrop. Here we go. They're doing it. They got one on the ground, so they have one that fell off. As long as they don't knock any more off, they're in good shape. 75 to 46 in favor of the Blue Alliance as they keep putting pixels on the backdrop. Red Alliance having a little hard time getting them over there. There they go. They got 2 more, though. They're catching back up, 52 to 77. We've got 25 seconds to go before we hit the end game. It looks like all the drones are still in effect, so we'll see what happens with those drones. That seems to be the big wild card this year, is how those drones perform. Blue Alliance stacking up 13 on the backdrop. They've also scored 1 bonus point for completing the first level mosaic. There we go, 30 seconds left, end game. Here we go, we're gonna see some drones fly now. Red Alliance scores 10 points with that one. Blue Alliance, ooh, short. Another Blue Alliance That's a score. Red Alliance, fell short. Each alliance got drones in the scoring position. Let's see who's going to do the pull-ups. It's going to be tight. Blue Alliance, 125. Red Alliance, 73. One Blue Alliance bot in the air. Oh, the other one couldn't quite get there. Red Alliance, I'm not sure. Looks like they got one, maybe two in the air over there. Couldn't quite tell. One for sure. Wow, we may have a double, triple score here. 93 to 125 preliminary. Endgame may change that. It may be a couple of alliances in the triple digits. Fantastic effort. Way to finish up the day for you guys. And our final round is going to be Marcus Minions right here from the Roboplex, partnered up with Flower Mound High School FTC Jaguars 6 up against the Marcus Detectives, also out of this building, partnered with TC Bot. Again, a little bit of bragging right opportunity here for those hometown detectives versus Minions. Minions got a sideways hat on there. Let's see what happens. If that is swagger or if that swagger gets knocked off. All right, Spike Mark picked left side. All right. As we wrap up the day, once again, thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. Please clean up your pit areas. Please throw your trash in the trash bins. We have to come back and clean up after you, and we all want to go home and get back to our families, so help us out with that. If you can hang your chairs on that chair rack, fold your tables up, put them into the table racks. We've got some of our team out there helping.
Final 20.
And we got a final for round 20. Let's see if we did indeed hit triple. Going to be close. The Blue Alliance does win, as expected. 125 to 103. We did hit the triple. 125 to 103. 65-point driver-controlled section for that Blue Alliance. Big deal. We're not ready. Hold on. Now we're ready. All right, here it is, final match of the day. Let's see, we've got one robot, two robots moving during autonomous. It looks like Blue Alliance got a spike mark score. Red Alliance, I think, missed it. Blue Alliance, we've got chatter, we've got laughter. I don't know if that's a good thing, bad thing, but all I know is Blue Alliance looks like they've got a lead, 13-5, going into driver control section.
Pick up your controllers.
Well, I always like to see the smiles on the faces of
2,
our
1.
youngsters out there. All right, all four robots on the move. We got a lot of pixels on the ground here for the Red Alliance to kind of move. They got to be careful to handle two at a time. Minions picking one up. Blue Alliance over there at their human control hub trying to grab a couple. Let's see what we got. 14-5 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. Detectives picking one up, trying to go put it on the backdrop. Detectives getting coached in to pick up theirs from their human hub. Oh, and they dropped one. They missed one. That's okay. Those pixels do get dropped, and then they become free for any robot to pick up and use to score in their own. Getting through the truss area is proving difficult. Detective's robot kind of hung up on some of the lateral trussing. 20-11 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. Endgame could be big again. Detectives got they just lost their position markers. They ran into some more of that lateral trussing, but they're coming up to try to put one on the backdrop. As you can see, the Red Alliance has got 6 in the backstage area. They're going for maximum numbers. Blue Alliance has got 4, but they got 2 on the backdrop, which gives them the slight advantage. 24-12 right now, as we are just a few seconds away from beginning endgame. There's the whistle for the endgame. Here we go. Blue Alliance short. One drone didn't make it out of the arena. Let's see if the Red Alliance has got any drones to fire. They're trying to drop a few more pixels last minute. Blue Alliance has got one robot hanging. There's bonus points for that. And another Red Alliance robot getting parked. We've got 5 seconds to go. Let's see if we get 2 more robots trying to hang. One robot parked. Another one. Yes! Red Alliance just gets off the ground in time to get some end game bonus points. Wow, that's going to be close. Right now we're looking 39-41. Let's see what the final ends up being. It's going to be tight. 40-41 now. We've got some live scoring. We're going to confer. Our referees are going to get out there and make sure we don't have any points not accounted for. It's going to come down to what may be a tie. We had a tie for about 5 minutes in the morning round, and then a scoring change came through and ended up having it not be a tie. So I would like to have an official tie at least once before the season's out, but I probably won't get my wish. And we've got a final on it. That was fast. That probably means this score is going to stick as we saw it, but let's see. Blue Alliance does come through. Detectives 41-40. Fantastic effort all around. Great match. Great match. And we are wrapped up for the day. Once again, thank you for coming to the Marcus Robotics Institute Roboplex. We appreciate you. We appreciate all our volunteers. Thank you for all your support. Can't wait to see you at the next meet. We do have some Lego League events coming up. I think I have one more qualifier here. And then also regionals will be here at Marcus, but not in this building. We'll be in the big gymnasium. So we look forward to seeing you again soon. Volunteer, folks. It's well worth it. We want to give you this purple button so you can walk around and be a volunteer with us. We need your help, so don't be shy. Give us a call. Be part of the team here supporting all these kids. Thanks again.